record. Welcome everyone. Welcome to the 120th One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. And I believe, Pete, are you ready to go with today's workshop?
Hi, Rick. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick, can you please bring Pia and Sylvie from to put them in the panelist, please? Okay, we can start.
Okay.
Good afternoon, good day, good evening, everyone. Today we are going to present you the 20th session of Universal Council, One Nation, One Planet, One Race. And Pia, can you hear me?
Yes, hello everyone, and hello Jamila.
Hello.
So should we go on with this creation we're going to do today?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Welcome you to the One Nation mission here and we will work and talk about creation, and that's what we are doing. And we are here on this platform with One Planet, One Nation, One Race. So we are moving a bit with this beautiful beauty of the soul, of diversity of the languages that are spoken here on planet Earth. And all souls are equal and are as creators as they are created in the image of the Creator. This was beautiful words written here on this, is written here on this slide. So we will move on and see what's next. The next slide here, just want to quote some really good words here from Mr. Keshe. And this is, I call for all men of peace to come together to see the beginning of the most beautiful time for man. On this broken wing of this endangered bird called Earth, flying through the space of the universe. So MT Keshe here words. We are here together today to create and the beginning of the most beautiful time for man. So I'm grateful to be here today. So I will give the next word to you, Pete, if you are there.
Yes, thank you, Pia. Next slide, please. Thank you. So we remind that we create the peace vision from the soul and the wishes. Then we create the dome. Create the connection among souls through feelings by creating the feeling of expansion, the feeling of love that expands our souls. I think the next slide will bring this concept a little bit closer, and it will also connect to what we presented last week and the week before. So next slide, please. These are the 5 pillars. So we have introduced these 5 pillars earlier. You can refer to the previous presentations if you want more information how we perceive these and how we explain these. But essentially the 5 pillars are the soul, the ethos, the unity, service, and the peace. And we see that on the outside, we have the soul to the left and peace to the right. And quite often we say, analyzing Mr. Keshe's teaching, that we can pretty much put an equal sign between peace and soul. At the level of the soul, we only have peace. We don't have all the things that are happening in the physicality of the lies and everything else. So these 2 solid pillars of soul and peace, understanding of our soul and bringing peace through our soul, this is the base, you could say, the basic pillars of the foundation of the dome that we want to create. And inside we have the Trinity, you could say, ethos, unity, and service. Next slide, please. And I hand over to Mark.
Hello, everybody. This is Marie. I'm UC Norwegian. And this chapter is calling Balancing the Books. And it's about finding balance, make up for all my wrongs, and make it right, so that I will be able to meet my soul. And the purpose is that I want to create the conditions for the fields that allow my soul to elevate. And all this came up when I was in a soul teaching with Mr. Keshe, the 4th of May, 2020, that inspired me a lot. And to find this teaching, you need to be a private student, and you will find this teaching in the folder called Open Discussion 2020. in this teaching that I was inspired by, Mr. Keshe talks about how to reach your own soul, which is something that has been on my mind for a long time, because I guess we're all soul searching, and I need some clarity in this, and there is so much clarity in this teaching. So there is a lot of truths in this teaching, and these truths hit me hard in regard to my own life. And in this teaching, he talks about how to balance your books and the importance of doing so you can be ready to meet your own soul. So after seeing this teaching, I was thinking, how can I get started with this balancing the books? And I got this brilliant idea to write a letter to my own soul. So that is what this is about. So I started a letter to my own soul. The letter is like a timeline, which goes back to my childhood and until present day. So I started on this letter, and it gets longer and longer. And I'm adding to this letter every time I remember something from my past that I need to look at. And people that are known, and the letter is growing in size every day. And to be honest, it's a long and boring story about my life. And it's very personal, and I will not read it here because it's for my soul. So it's between me and my soul. But back to the teaching that I mentioned. So here is what I gained from this teaching with Mr. Keshe. So I will read some stuff that I noted from this teaching. So your soul says you lived a shitty life. You have not understood your own self. Okay? The soul is aware of your misconduct, but in physicality, you think you are correct. The soul is always aware of your expectations. For instance, if you offer help to someone, but you actually do it for your own benefit, that is not correct conduct. The conflict in your life is between soul and man, or with other words, the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, as I understand it. And when there is a conflict between these two souls, everything becomes unbearable. So this is the reason for my messy and not too happy life. So I have to clear up this. And then he says, you have to go back to the start of the problem. People do wrong, and the soul is aware of it. And you are punished by your own soul. So now I know why I'm suffering, because I am punished by my own soul and my conduct, because of my conduct. If you do a lot of wrong and you feel you are the victim, then you continue to lie to yourself, covering up your misconduct. And in front of your own soul, you are naked. Your soul knows everything about you. If you betrayed someone, your partner, your friend, the result is that you will have a mess in your life. I think we all can, many can agree on that. You can't convince one or two people, but you can never convince your own soul. Your soul knows everything about you and your past life. And those who do wrong, they never see their soul. You will never see your soul if you do not clean up your own mess. And it's not about the cleansing of your soul, it's understanding oneself. So I guess this is my main motivation for writing my letter, because I'm really longing to see my own soul. So this is necessary for me to proceed. And then stop mourning and stop where you go wrong. Stop cheating, stop lying, and stop lying to yourself. I can really see myself in that last part. And that's hard to understand when you're lying to yourself. And be responsible in any situation. Like Mr. Keshe in many times says that we should talk good, think good, and act good. And try to be honest with yourself. Stop blaming others. So now I see all my problems are my own creation. Go find out what you did, who you hurted, what you damaged, and be straight with it. Not just talk as it is to your own benefit. Now you might start understanding. See how many you have betrayed. Stop lying to yourself and stop lying to others about yourself. Clean the manure from your soul, Mr. Keshe says in this teaching. So I felt it really personal. And then further in this teaching, Mr. Keshe gives us some advice in how to live our lives. Mr. Keshe says that I talk about my problems because then it becomes the problems of the souls who created the problem. And they cannot live with it. So they have to clean up that problem themselves. And then he says, only take what you need. Then you live a good life. It takes the pressure out of your life. When you are clear with your soul, you live like me, Mr. Keshe says. If you are harmed, you walk away from it. If you stay in it, you pay for it. Be an observer. If you become part of the problem, you get involved, and then you become part of the problem. So walk away from people who hurt you. If you react, you become part of it. Clean up what you have created. Be straight with yourself. He also says, when you love, you never possess. And I will mention that there is a great teaching about that in the 119th One Nation, One Planet, One Race. Then Mr. Keshe says, the jail is here and there is no free card this time. Now you have to start sorting out your conduct and behavior with your own soul. Life is continuous from the beginning to the end. Life is an energy and nobody can cheat it. The change comes through understanding yourself. Then you change. It takes both detachment and enlightenment. Once you judge yourself, you put your things straight. There is nobody else to judge you. But you have to put it right to the people you did wrong, because the physicality soul has to be justified just as well as the soul of the man. You have to match your behavior with the behavior of your soul. And from today, try to live by the law of the universe, not by your own laws. See what you have done to that soul and see if you are just to yourself. So by writing the letter to my soul, I go back and turn stone by stone. Many things have started to change after I started writing this letter. I feel better with myself and with my relationships. People and situations I thought I have forgotten can suddenly appear in my mind. It's all added to my letter. I understand that I have to do the cleanup also in physicality with people I have hurt, like my mother. So this is an example from my own life. My relationship with my mother has been damaged by my misconduct through my life. And now it feels better after I tried to clear up this misconduct. My soul is healing, and the soul of my mother is healing, and our relationship is slowly healing. So that's something I've done in the physicality. So I admit to myself that I created a mess, all the mess by myself. I'm ashamed of my misconduct through life, but by trying to sort it out, it makes me feel better. I feel I can live with my past, and I have learned a lot about myself on the way. I'm trying to be honest with myself, and I have a strong feeling of relief in a strange way. It helped me by writing down all my misconducts and wrongs, and to admit to myself that I did many wrongs in my past. And many wrongs that I didn't actually knew was wrongs, because I kind of didn't look at it like wrongs. But now I see it's wrong. So now I'm eager to sort out my past, to clear my soul, and to go on with my new good life, where I am in balance with my own soul. And writing this letter has in a way been like Judgment Day in advance for me. So why wait for Judgment Day if you can do the job in advance with your soul? I'm more aware now than before in thoughts, in talks, and in what I do in my life. My life is now guided by the tools that is given freely to me, the ethos, the commandments, and all the teachings, and by the new understanding of myself. It all support me in living my life the correct way. So this is my way of balancing my books. This is my attempt to clean my own soul, and by that create the conditions of the fields for my soul to elevate. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Marie. That was very nice to hear.
Thank you, Marie.
Now let's go to the next chapter. From our soul, we create peace. We thought about bringing a picture, a drawing, which means peace for us. So every one of us thought about finding an image which represents peace on a personal level. I thought a lot what could bring peace into one picture. And my decision fell on these flowers then. Why these flowers? These flowers are called daffodils, white daffodils, and you can find them in Europe, in the mountains, in the Alps. And they have a beautiful color. They have the whitish part in them, and they grow a little bit higher often in the mountains or in the beginning of the mountains. And you can go there, and then if you are lucky, you find them. And very often you don't only find one flower, but you find a crowd of flowers, huge fields sometimes, and they grow there naturally. And when you go there and take a walk, go for a walk, and then you can sit down in such a field, and then comes the best part. You sit close to such a flower, and then you just breathe in. And they spread a very, very lovely smell, which is very sweet. And then the wind comes and brings another breeze of sweet smell. And in the best case, then there is the sun shining and the birds singing, and you feel the trees and all the other plants. And then you are in peace and harmony with yourself, and you can feel the wonder of nature, the wonder of creation. And this is the reason why I have selected these beautiful white flowers for peace, which are peace for myself. Thank you. I'm Caroline, and I'm UC German.
Yes, hello again. This is Marie, UC Norwegian. I was thinking what I was going to send to as a picture for describing peace for me. And yesterday I was driving across the mountains in Norway, and I looked up in the sky and I saw this dark circle, I don't know, in front or behind the sun. And I felt so joyful, and I really feel that this is very important, that these brothers and sisters from the universal community, they're here because we have achieved world peace. It's already achieved. So that's why I took this, sent in this picture. It's a very bad camera, but it doesn't matter. It was there. And even when I looked out the window this morning, I could see this same shadow around the sun. And I've learned that that is something important. And I felt like lots of peace in my heart. And I'm very hopeful for humanity. And I think all the things that we see in the news and things the last couple of weeks and is just nothing compared to what we are creating on earth with the peace, and that we are ready. I feel that. So this is peace for me, really. World peace, joining the universal community, and we also in this new cycle. So I'm very happy. Thank you.
Hello, this is Jamila. I am UC Arabic. Today, so I was also thinking, what is peace for me? What does it mean and where I felt peaceful? So I am here sharing with you this picture, and this picture is my home. I am offering you this beautiful summer view, which you see has no barriers. You can see very far, no obstacle for the landscape. In this environment, I took my first steps in an amazing community whose heart contains love, which was as big as the immensity of this beautiful blue sky. I can say that here, days and life are punctuated by the 4 seasons and all beautiful, by what nature gives to the community, what nature gives us, and also what life decided to give us. The people here live with the abundance given by their land, the abundance given by the water of the rivers and the rain, and also by the abundance of love or of all inhabitants there. Because I remember for people, all the community gathered and support others for difficult events and also for beautiful events. The solidarity was something unconditional. This landscape is the well where my soul draws the energy of peace and unconditional love, which welcomed me and created me. So I'm sharing here this source of my peace, which I am offering to all of you. For me, this is each time, this is the peace. Each time I feel a little bit sad or whatever, if I cannot go physically there, I just see these pictures. Thank you.
Hello again. Here is also a picture. Looks like similar like Marie she had, and that is also filling me with joy. I had this the other day when I was looking out of my window, and I could actually only see the half of the circle, but then I could feel that there was something there, and then I just tried to take a picture, and then this picture came up, and often this time this kind of pictures or experiences, they are coming also when I feel relaxed and in peace, or if I do something that's good. So that's really encouraging also to see that you came up with this Marie picture, and we have also heard many others see those kind of phenomena, or what you can call it. or our sisters and brothers. And this is encouraging to hear that this can happen. And for me, it's giving this kind of trust that we are on the right track. We are really on the right track. And I have never seen something like this before years ago. And it's coming up time after time, and people see it. We heard about it at the conference in Brazil, where Mr. Keshe and Carolina also saw it, and many other people see those. And I'm reminding so much of peace actually these days, because those days right now, because the spring is so strong. And I was walking down the beach today. I've been for a long time inside my apartment, only went out for buying foods in this period we had here. And today I was walking a little trip down to the beach. I live very close, and I just heard the children playing and the parents enjoying and the dogs barking, and everything was smelling good. And I just felt, oh, this is just what I believe we are going into more and more. And I wish it for all children, and those sound of children who just laugh and play and just see the people they enjoy so much because they have been inside this whole period. This was really a nice feeling. So that was my present, and I am Pia from the Danish language speaking UC member. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Gatua, a UC member for Gikuyu language. To answer the question of what peace means to me, this tree is very significant. It's the same tree, but it's so large and tall that I have the lower part and the middle part of the tree. It used to be even taller than it is today, but it broke into halves. Many years, like 100 years ago. This tree is significant not only for me, but to my whole community, the Gikuyu people, because under this tree, sacrifices were offered to the Creator and to many other trees like this one. And after every offer of sacrifice, they used only a very few words in Gikuyu language, 4 words, and all these involved giving peace to the Creator. Thy means peace. Dadaya gai. Thy. Those were the 4 words. Thy peace, peace upon our Creator in abundance. Peace in abundance. They were giving. They knew that in giving you receive. The more you give, the more you receive. I am even now understanding this, the significance of the sacrifice that were offered here after learning plasma science, because it's exactly the same. They gave in order to receive. Now, the sacrifice, the sacrificial lamb that they offered was to bring their emotion to giving peace to their Creator. And every time they did it, every time they offered sacrifice, in case there was drought, or in case there was famine, or they had some problems within their communities, they were answered before they reached home, because it would rain it would rain, signifying that peace, their prayers had been heard and answered. Before they reached their homes, there would be rain. So this tree, for me, not only is important as a peace monument, but also a freedom monument. Because when there is no famine, you are free to do whatever you want, to live in peace. So another thing is also that because it came from our forefathers when we were free, freedom and peace. This is what I learned from this tree. This tree still stands today. I think it's about 2,000 years. I may be wrong, but I have never had any stories of anybody who knew it when it was a young tree. Those who settled where I live around 1700s or 1800s, the tree was still very tall and very big. And to give you an idea of the size of this tree, if 10 of us went to the ground at where it grows from the ground, just above the roots, and outstretched our hands around it, holding each other's hands on both sides, left, right, 10 of us, we would not, the tree would still be bigger than that. So it's quite huge. So I believe in peace. I embrace peace. This tree reminds me all the time of peace and freedom. Thank you very much.
Hello, everybody. I'm Sylvie, you say French. I'm sharing with you this picture. I remember this magic moment. I understood through this marvelous sunset that nature was offering us the most beautiful, the best for us to live in peace. I thought about my family, my friend, and all men throughout the world. And I said at this moment, how can I help them? How can I make them understand that everybody has to contribute through actions to create a world with harmony, peace, and freedom with the soul? These wonderful colors created by nature take me very far away in my thoughts. The light was flooding into my body in a solemn silence. I've braved beauty, I've braved joy of life, and I've braved fullness for a long time. I give to the community peace and freedom, life free. It is peace for me. Thank you.
Hello, I am Salam Namaste Salute. I'm Shweta Anwar. I represent UC Hindi language. In this illustration, I created the piece and I created it from within my heart and soul. And the piece transformed the physics around me, the physics I am, into the soul love of life to see in clarity what I was always thought in the memories, dreams, and intuitions. Now I am who I am, present in all the moments of peace, love, and light, in totality and beauty, the immortal soul, I am, the love of the Creator, I am, the home I can see, the sky starts transforming for me, I can see. And then creating the soul child, the soul civilization. In this second image also, I have created eye makeup for women with the CO2 gans water, so that the eye can see in beauty, in totality. So I will say a little poem. The fertility of the physics, the variable domain, soaking in the liquid, nothing remain. Way of the souls, the clear one way, the fragrance of owned, creating the home. Atoms are trembling, heart is brave, open the doors for all the love. The oneness, the one, in the love of the Creator, all is done. My angel wings and I, flying high and high, in the colors of the rainbow, like a beautiful butterfly. In the oneness of the one planet, one race, and one nation, welcome to the world of peace and love. Welcome to Keshe Foundation. Welcome to the knowledge of love, peace, and learn how to live like a true human of love. Be blessed always, forever. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. My name is Emmanuel. I'm from Malta. I'm the Maltese UC member. What peace means to me? I come from a big family. I lived in a two-room house with my parents, 4 sisters, and 5 more brothers. My parents always taught us to follow the commandments. Also, I saw a good example from my parents. We always had a peace environment. My father is gone, but I still feel his presence. My mother is still with us, but she started to forget. She asked me the same questions, and I repeat the same answers. I break my heart because now I understand more. I know she was my creation. She is the daughter of God. She is the goddess of the creation for me. I regularly go to the garden. The garden brings peace to me. When I was walking in the garden, observing the fruit trees, lemon trees, olive trees, and other trees, I was checking the plasma water bottles still hanging on the trees. I noticed that since I hanged the plasma water on the trees, many animals were visiting our garden from our neighbor. Dogs came, cats came, and even chickens came to lay the eggs there and hatch them. And then they still go and come, you know. 2 days ago, I noticed that the chicken was holding under her wings about 8 chicks. So she created like a dome of peace for her chicks. This again remind me of the dome of peace. Thank you very much, and peace be with all of you. Thank you.
Good morning from Brazil. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Joaquim. I am UC Portuguese. And this video is from my balcony. And in some ways tells what is peace for me. And there is also a really beautiful song by Louis Armstrong that says something like that. I see skies of blue and clouds of white. In my case, I see birds, skies of blue and clouds of white. And the brightness of day, I like the dark. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Can you play the video, please? It was did by myself and with my voice.
Olha, a gente colocou essa água aqui para o beija-flor e
em vez de beija-flor
vieram várias bananinhas, né? Aí vem beija-flor, vem bananinha, vem sanhaço, comer as bananas, que também toma água do beija-flor. Então, nossa varanda ficou assim, ó. E virou um puleiro aí de pássaros cantando aí pra gente todo dia. E o dia todo, né? Muito bom.
Thank you. The birds come and go. They are free. The net is just for my daughter. Thank you. I love you.
Okay, and just before we get to the question and answers, I'll probably like to add my own contribution to this as well. I didn't take a picture, I didn't bring a picture, but peace for me is the picture when I close my eyes. Let's say at the end of the day, we close our eyes, and this is the moment I can judge myself, not physically judge by forcing the thinking. You feel it with the emotions coming from your soul. If I have given at least as much as I have taken, I'm at peace. If my actions caused no harm but good, I'm at peace. And then that's all that matters, at least that matters to me, to have that feeling, that emotion, being at peace, knowing that I lived or tried to live the day as much as I could with the ethos, with the commandments, the way we should be serving, always giving more. than we take, or at least as much as we took. So that's peace for me. And at this point, and now that we come to the end of this part of the presentation, we would like to hear from you. So if there are any questions or any comments and suggestions, this is the time for all of us here who are present in this platform to participate. So please do. That's the time for you to express yourself, to ask questions and comment on any things we present. Thank you.
I thought it was interesting that nearly every picture had the sun as part of it, or directly the object of it.
Hello, it's Doug from Australia, and I would like to say to Dr. Gatua that the picture of the tree reminds me of the forests that surround the valley in which I live, and I have a repetitive, vivid dream that I am standing next to very, very similar tree to the tree in the picture of Dr. Gatua's tree, and it's a broken tree, but it's very, 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 very big, and it was once obviously part of a forest, but the forest is no longer fully around the tree, but the tree stands. And I even sometimes climb in my dream the tree and stand in its giant branches, and I feel an amazing peace in the dream. And it was just reminding me when I was looking at Dr. Gatua's picture of the dream, and I thank Dr. Gatua for that. And I believe trees are manifestations of peace in many ways. They tolerate even giving shade to the people who are cutting them to the ground with axes or chainsaws or anything. They provide shade for those people, and they are a symbol of tolerance. If I could be as tolerant as a tree, then I would be very, very much closer, I believe, to my soul. And thank you, Dr. Gatua, and thank you, everyone. Beautiful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing, Doug.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Dean from the UK here. Thank you very, very much, all of you, for that beautiful presentations and those wonderful words. For me, many of those pictures touched my soul, and I've felt the presence of what you've shown and spoken about myself many times in my life. It definitely resonates and is a very beautiful thing that you've given there. There's many things I would like to say, and words always fail me at the right time, and they always did. I feel many things, and I feel your presence, and I feel your souls, and I truly thank you for the beauty that you've shown. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dean.
You're very welcome.
We have Mark with his hand up here as well. Mark Curran.
Lovely presentation. I thank you all. I'd like to ask all the Universal Council members, once they take over the UN, the so-called UN, how are they going to deal with the economies of the planet? Thank you.
Thank you. I think the question is quite complex in a way that the solution, perhaps the physical solution, isn't that simple to happen overnight. But looking at the structure and the missions of the Universal Councils that we have defined and we started working on, this aspect fits across many of the missions that are already identified. So to answer your question, I think over time, as we mature in our work, as we mature in our understanding, and as we identify problems or challenges, and in the same way we try to match a solution to it, and we try to bring out the solution, I think this is all yet to come in respect to all the different aspects, also the aspects of the economical situation around the world in different countries, different communities. That's all very complex in itself, but I'm sure over time, in the near future, we are able to open it up a bit more to share the understanding of the existing problems and also the solutions that are available that we can bring out also through this platform, through the Universal Council, working together with the communities, with the support members, and with all the knowledge seekers, and with the help of the foundation, bringing out the solutions. So I think that the future is bright, and we yet to see these particular aspects, the breakdown of the big problem, you can say, the breakdown of it onto smaller pieces that we can then handle individually, one by one, delivering solutions that are fit for purpose, bearing the understanding of the actual problem or the reason for bringing these up. If any of the council members wants to add to it, please do so.
Thank you for that answer.
I support you. I support what you said, Pete. So we started taking a responsibility on the missions, and we are very soon, in a few days, we are going to share with you the missions, and we are welcome, all of us, all of you who wants to contribute as well. So of course, economy of the planet is part of our missions. All of us, we are here involved. So it will come very soon. Thank you.
And Jamila, can I add something?
Of course.
Very short.
Of course.
Yeah. Yes, because I remember I'm Stefania, Universal Council of Italian language. I just remember also Mr. Cashman, he was said, if we talk about vision, the vision of this big pot where everyone take what they need and they give away what they don't need. So we be this a pot, like that is the vision. I remember in the past, Mr. Cash talked about it. Apart, you know, think about economy, this big pot where everyone will take what they need and give away what they don't need. No more, no less. So this is like a vision someone can start to visualize as one nation and one race. Yeah, I just want to add this.
What I would like to ask, good afternoon, evening, or whoever listens. You're becoming man of the space, those of you who decide to be physical, at least to have some dimension in reality of your life, or physicality into your life. And you take a journey, maybe 10 years, 20 years, 50 years. And with the knowledge we have, maybe hundreds of years. But there is something very interesting, which as knowledge seekers, as part of the Keshe Foundation structure, all of you have to face sooner or later. It seems to be sooner than later. That you're passengers in the, as we saw, our American friend have gone and nested for 20 odd days in their nest above us. You're passengers for hundreds of years and travel the depth of the universe. Single question to ask, a very simple single question to ask. How do we pay you on board of these ships? Who is going to look after your loved ones behind? As we heard from Emmanuel, you live in 20s and 30s, and you take your journey of 50, 60 years, maybe more. You have parents to be looked after, those children you leave behind. In so many ways, bring something home. How do we pay you in space? And how do you pay for your family? When we have millions and millions in the space, and the families are waiting here to pay, to live. This is the point which maybe in the next 20 years, 50 years, mankind will face. You're on a journey of life, and your family has to be looked after, and you have to be looked after on board. How do we pay you? What's the value of the money you carry in planet Zeus? The currency we live with, we made it as a game, as in a way to see who has more and less. Where in a space, we're all equal, we're all the same. We are all passengers of a huge, what I call ship, which in this ship, there is another ship, which actually is another ship. We start with our spaceship, and we are in the ship of the solar system and in a spatial galaxy and the rest of it. Why mankind has taken this way to value things and to live, to work, to feed, and it's taken over more and more. I put you in a spaceship. You're not here. And I can give you $1 million, or I can give you $1 billion. On a spaceship, you don't need anything. Where's the value comes? And maybe by the time you come back, everything has changed here. As is the habit of the man, the revolutions and country changes and currency changes, and you will know it was 100 years ago, sorry, it's not valid. How do you face this? Let me give you a very clear example, and then you understand where we are heading for. In most of the revolutions, most of the uprisings, one of the first things the new dictators do, they print their own money. That the old kings, old rulers, rich old, cannot use it, that they can have everything. We've seen it in many revolutions. One of the ways to bring a rich man to poverty is to create a revolution and change the paper. It's not worth any. And in so many ways, it's the same paper. What is the wealth? Mankind soon will understand cannot be a slave to something which has no value, has no standing, and should not be the way of control. Excuse me. In this way, where do we bring monetarism? What do we pay you in space? And would it be like the Russian time when it was communist? When you opened up, suddenly people could find $100 under every bed. And we have to sort this out very fast before we get to that point of departure. What guarantees do we give to the families? And what communication we establish to understand the guarantees are kept? Not when I went after 2 years there was a revolution, sorry, he's left, he's not here. Your children and your parents and whatever, depending on you, live in absolute poverty. We need to establish one nation that we guarantee not only the citizens of this planet, but we guarantee the citizens we put into space, which are part of this planet. And as we have seen in past 2 or 3 months, many people still struggling day by day, trying to find a space to live, to be safe, to be alive. And we see it on a daily basis. Thousands are dying with the name of a corona or associated diseases or every other disease. The rate of death has gone so high that mortuaries cannot meet. And even the governments are looking in how they burn their bodies because they even lost track of it. The Chinese government in past few days has started tracking the space satellites to see how many have to actually burn in cities, that he has created such an atmosphere. So what comes to us when you say economic, what's our economical plan? Economical plan has to be availability at the point of need and to be available. You cannot live the way it is now. They let you work till 60, 65, and then they give you meager to live. The reality is, why the nations are going bankrupt? Because they did not look at the soul of the people who made them. When you put all your life in, you put all your life out. Nations should pay their pensioners enough to live a luxurious life. They're the people who build the nation. And if we are going through the same transition with one planet, one nation. The point is, if we look after the people the way they deserve, you'll find out they don't become sick. They don't become pensioners. 80% of the sickness with the pensioners, which is breaking the back of the nations today, is not paying them. We pay for the hospitals, we pay for the illnesses, we pay for every problem we create because they're worried half of the time, shall I put the heating on? Can I afford the electricity? Can I have a bread 2 slices more? If governments understand this, if governments take a balance and see what's happening with old people, why do they get so sick? Because of the half of the time they're worried about their own living. The life will change here. The structure will change here. And you'll find out life become more productive. You will get abusers, but in time, that will stop. The economy, the way we see it as Keshe Foundation, and the technology we are bringing out in being able to provide food, shelter, and whatever you call medicine, doesn't need financing anymore. Doesn't need any of us to look for it, because in a coming time, in a short time, you will see, I teach enough that you'll feed yourself. But as I said, many, many people, when they manage to save or not to pay by not having to pay for the past what they had, they never put back into the society. And I stand a lot of times looking at, we have to teach people from zero, or we just take how many people we can out of this planet and start a new life, a new ethos. This planet is going to go through a cycle of changing, accepting new changes, and just because our ancestors carried some dry clay with a stamp on it that I pay, does not become the notes and now chips in our body that will control us. This is one of the reasons with a push with the technology, and as I said in the teaching in past few days, we will strengthen the teaching in a very rapid way, that in so many ways we force the change. And in coming positions and agreements and whatever we make, in the next few near time, Keshe Foundation will become a force to be as one nation. Then we look after. Then we go into the process of what we need to do. We go into the process of, there's no election for us to be elected. For us, we are already elected by the soul, and it's our responsibility to the soul of the man. We've seen the mayhem we had in Keshe Foundation past 2 or 3 years, coming directly and deliberately by the Italians and the Africans. They stole all we invested. It gave us a very good insight. And as I said to the Keshe Foundation team, they must have needed it as they stole it. And in a way, it brought us much, much further. In the structure, it's not that we lost trust. In the structure, we set up the system that in the next 2 to 5 years, you can walk into any corner building, as I said before, and you'll be fed free of charge. The new single enhancement units which will be developed guarantees no hunger. And nation's wealth will be put into these, where you never need to pay to feed. You never have to worry about the medicine to come. In so many ways, what we see is once you take the hunger, the shelter, and the health out of the equation of the life of the man, 90% of them become peaceful. This rat race of just making to live it to live will go. I was explaining to one of our most beautiful knowledge seekers very recently that in space, we don't work to live, we live to create children. In this planet, as I said, you work hard to just have something, shelter for your children. In space, there is no money, so we have time because we can create conditions that what we need as energy is supplied from the span of the universe. The biggest problem with mankind today is that you are so dependent on a narrow window of a very, very small power supply that you don't see the huge space around it. Your life as humans is targeted on one thing. Without it, you are dead, you're finished. There is nothing for you to eat because you become so dependent on it. You call it your sun. You call it the source of life. And this is as you've been enslaved in so many ways by what we call your body. You're a slave by the same system, by exactly the same system in a larger scale, much larger scale. And that is very simple. We take the sun from you, you're dead, all of you. I promise you, life on this planet would not last even 1 hour. You die of cold, you die of hunger, you die of no energy and everything else. Some might last a few days, a few weeks, but at the end of it, it's doomsday, you're finished. So one of the first things mankind has to learn with the new technology, open up into space. Learn to tap into universal energy. You will never go hungry. You will never look for a shelter. You never look for health because the physicality is part of it. It's you who made it sick. And if you go into the dimension of the soul, you can go to that dimension. You can never get sick. Then you come to understand more that why have we given our soul to be imprisoned? And then why have we given our life to be imprisoned by something we made up and then imprisoned by the one which creates us, the son of it? When we free the soul of the man, when we take man away from the shackles of physicality, they say, the world is your oyster. The universe is your oyster. And this is what we need to learn. Detachment. The more we become detached from physicality, become detached from this planet, we become detached from the sun, then we find bigger sun. We find our creator. We find the source of our energy. You come to these teachings and look for a system to save $1 here, $2 there. And I've seen many knowledge seekers for past years coming and just not getting what they want because they came with a tainted imagination. They came to get a free energy. They came the minute I put a program free energy, you'll see 100,000, 200,000 in teachings. They all want to steal because it's stolen from them. When today I listened to the conversation of the blondie in telling the governor how to treat his people. I said, you don't deserve to govern. You don't deserve to be even the blondie in the White House. The way he instructs his people, the governors, to do, get army out, shoot them. Isn't this exactly where this nation went wrong? And my son runs to me and says, Papa, do you know what's strange? A new logo has come out, a new demand. The Mexicans and the Canadians are asking for a wall, which he promised, because they want to keep all of them in. They're killing each other, and most of the diseases is coming from that country. The Mexicans are demanding for the wall. He has no money. He has nothing he can build up. Why? A leader like him in that position, he has to unify his nation. He is absolutely incompetent to be in that position. A leader like this, if he was true leader of a nation so big, not frightened because of his own assets, he will call for the nation to peace. He will go on the streets and walk with them, understand them and change them. He's incompetent. And this is what we do not see. We do not see from the world leaders competency to be a leader. Most of our leaders need that teaching, the ethos of what it is to be a human. And as I said yesterday, I went directly for Iranian president. His position is unattainable as a president in Iran. And we emphasize, I will force this more and more. You will understand why. The Iranian officials are past hours are tangling with Keshe Foundation to stop everything and start the process we started. The process of sharing the technology, sharing the knowledge and everything else. What it is, we have to become aware of our leaders who are incompetent to be in position. And at the same time, revolution doesn't bring, unity brings peace. When I listen to these world leaders in the past few weeks, and the ones who run into problem, the ones like Chinese president, orders the shooting of people who are hungry, have no food to eat, to be because they're out, they could have got corona and the rest of it, but he should have delivered food to them. Has changed, will change. Most of our world leaders do not deserve to be in that office. Most of our leaders do not understand anything except what you talk about, a bank balance. As I said yesterday to the Iranian leadership, to the Ayatollah Khamenei direct, the Iranian President Rouhani, under his turbine, is a bank accounts in American countries and American passport. He does not care about the nation. He never cared about the nation. We see it. You just go on the internet and listen to the conversation of Trump to his governor. Get them, we show them. This is not the way to govern. Our leaders do not, they were not born to be. And in that process, we get to another point. Then our world leaders have to learn how to share wealth, to give available, that you are, all what you want is there. You take, government provides it, and does not depend on the money. When everybody dies, where is the farmer to sell to? When there is nobody there to use, to consume, where are they selling things to? And this is what the world leadership has to come. Not to look how we're going to finance it, is how to organize the life of people. That financing comes if you want extra table at home, if you want larger television to be played, you find a job to pay for it. And you do it for the pleasure of it. You clean the street because it's nice to do. Job list need to be done. And how many people will do it with the pleasure? People get bored at home, very bored. The biggest problem we'll have in the space is boredom. This is why I tell you, the backwards people in the space travel in UFOs. People who have not developed or like to be in something to be. Even when you get to your destination, there's nothing to do. You are fed, you tap into the universal energy, you create your own shelter. What else you want to do? Mankind has to learn the life of a space. Unlimited and available. And this is what I said. We complete this cycle very rapidly because you will start seeing from this week, we already have started. And we are waiting to those who claim to be connection can do. We want to see how they can do. Sorry about that. My silence was because I think what we call the webmaster didn't like me to talk, so I was put on the mute. In these conditions, this is what we need. We need to train new leaders. We need to train humanity. You got to realize in the coming time, when the corona, and even with corona, we are finding a way to feed you. And push to shove. 40 million Americans cannot find job, maybe 50 very soon. Millions around the world will not find job again. Unemployment will make now the companies in the countries bankrupt and the rest of it, unless we give an alternative very rapidly to the government. In agreement with what the officials we're working with, we have asked, as I mentioned yesterday in the teaching, if you have access to any of your government leaders, presidents, your country, put them in touch with Keshe Foundation. And through Keshe Foundation, the Iranian officials, universities, and governing bodies, we deliver the technology for Corona. I spoke with officials this morning. They said, give us 7 days. We just got to put everything in production. 7 days we can start. The reality is why we done it this way and we're gone this way is because the absolute ignorance and deliberate collaboration of what I call the Iranian leadership with the President Rouhani. They are keeping the Keshe Foundation technology away that Bill Gates can sell more vaccination. In arrangement between Mr. Rouhani and European leaders who he could influence, they are trying to close Keshe Foundation's wings that they can do their job. And this is what I tell you and what is available. And we have asked the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers to reach your governments. And then, as I said, my habit, which is a very bad habit. You remember, as I said before, 2.5 years, I gave the technology to the governments that share, you open up, you learn a lot. You haven't managed to use much of it because of your greed, but this time we give governments not much time. In so many ways, if we go through the Iranian government, official government, through Office of President Rouhani, every day we have more death on our head around the world. We have cleaned out a city of 50,000, as I said before. We still don't have any kronas. And this should be shared by the rest of the humanity, that it can be positively used. But the conditions attached are very simple. Disarmament and understanding the totality. Providing the human technology that it becomes food, it becomes shelter. And in so many ways, we have, as this platform is for one nation, one planet, one race, start moving away from financial structure. We have to start moving away from everything which has been put shackles on man to live a peaceful life. We have valued everything into the buildings and constructions and everything else. We work like a donkey 50 years of the year to pay rent, mortgages, enough food, if possible, on the table. Maybe be able to have 1 or 2 weeks that we don't need to go to the place that we work all the time to feed for ourselves for 50 years of the week. We call it a holiday. In so many ways, we need to breed new world leaders. And these world leaders has to come through teachings. And these world leaders need to understand is the world society which has to count, not nationalism, not the color, what we've seen in the United States. We need competent leaders who have trust in their soul. We need people who understand the effectiveness of the technology, the new technology. Then we don't get showing a picture, this is what we get. Universal Council members, as council members, have to work in one direction for totality of no finance when it comes to the essentials of life. Living, food, and healthcare. And you have all of it. You have all of it in your hand with the ganses and the technologies I've given you. Now you have to open it up. We still build, we still carry on working, we still develop technologies, but in the coming time, we have to sow the seed of life in a space that who is going to be a cleaner, who is going to be a boss, who is going to be a doctor. Do we pay them separately? Do we create the up and down situation as was 200 years ago in England? The servants and the maids lived in the basement and the bosses on the top. We have no bosses and we have no maids in the spaceship. Or are we going to have what you call riots? Or are we going to go on the high seas tyrannies, on the high space tyrannies? And which plank do we find to put these on to walk up into space? And when you fall, where do you fall? Maybe you fall in much better places than the people left you. Building one nation needs a lot of insight. Building one nation needs understanding of the need of the nation, the total need. And need of a nation to build one nation needs a lot of wisdom. And that wisdom will come only if you're detached from that nationalism and you're detached from what attaches man to this planet. The cornerstone of what we call, I just received a message of emergency from the webmaster. I don't know what he's trying to tell me. Thank you very much, Sami. What we need to teach, what we need to do is, as we heard, first of all, find peace with ourselves. And secondly, I've given you a cup of man. And in that cup of man, which is made from your soul part and your physical part, I have told you, if you understood it, how to run yourself into health at any condition. If you understand the work of the cup of man in true essence of it, none of you needs to look for a spoon of food for the rest of your physical or soul life. I've given you a key, as I said many times, that will take hundreds of years people to unravel what I've given you. But in reality, what I gave you was very simple. I've given you everything you need that you can even create for yourself, shelter and food and healthcare from one cup. Is a cup for man's need. That's all. And you should be able to live with it. You should be able to understand it, to give you everything you need. When you save on food, when you save on medicine, when you save in producing what you need to keep you warm and healthy, I tell you one thing, none of you will go to be enslaved for 9-to-5 job. None of you. I work to enjoy, to share, and I accept what I'm given and take. And to change this for humanity, it took a corona to change. It will take another corona plus one to stop man's life altogether the way it is. We can't take you into space if the same behavior here follows on. We cannot, it's impossibilities because you carry on with the same thing on board of the ships. Who wants to be the boss? I'm a doctor, I have to live better. I carry a piece of paper from Earth 200 years ago, it says I'm a PhD, poison, highly developed. That's all it does, PhD to the body of the man. What I call stupidity ultimate. Poisons their head highly, and then they develop it to become what I call the pain in the back of the world of society of man. We have built everything to be separate. We have built everything to be different. We have built everything to say, I am better. Mankind has never built anything to be equal. When I went to Iran, Ahmed Nijam team had a huge problem with me. They said, Mr. Keshe, the knowledge you carry, what do we call you? I said, my name is Keshe. That's all you can call me. Do we call you engineer? Do we call you a doctor? Do we call you a professor? And then they went and came back. I says, we have to give you a title. I said, I have no title. Telling Mr. Keshe, that's what I do. And they came back, called me a philosopher. I said, that doesn't fit me. I know nothing about philosophy. They came and told me, you're a lead. I said, no, my name is still Keshe. Until the day I left, they still had a problem. What to call? We don't need a title. And when man understands this, and the way we taught you, you're all doctors, engineers, you are food producers, you're a medicine man, and everything else of yourself. And as we were talking with a friend of ours yesterday, he said, you know what's the problem with all these doctors, health authorities, is that they cannot understand the technology, but it works. And there is nothing they can go back to. They said there is no scientific reference to it. And he said, you know something, you want the papers to be written in America and you go and lick their backside that you wrote such papers. Now we can say such a Iranian scientist has brought such a thing. We have brought conditions for ourselves to be conditioned under, and we have accepted it. And in space, we don't have this. And we have to know what is going to happen to us in the space. We establish it here, test it here, live it here, then we can become the man of space. No one will leave this planet as long as you're attached. As long as you create that attachment, but you don't enjoy what you have not matured. And we give you things to test you for the attachment. We give you love, we give you children, we give you a home, we give you a car, we give you everything to see what makes you to walk away from it. Then when you can say I'm detached, I can walk away from it because I know if it's going to be mine, it'll be mine, it's going to be staying with me, stay with me, then you have matured. And we make every excuse for not to detach ourselves because of what are we going to do, what they're going to feel. You become detached. The detachment will bring you the answer. But till that point, you can't, you will not find it because you're still attached. And it comes the point of maturity. Comfort, security, life should not have attachment to love, to house, to friendship, to anything else. And that will take a long time for humanity to come to understand. A long, long time. Unless you mature in one go. They say we test the fire with gold to know how hot it is. Because if it's hot enough, it can melt the gold. And we see and we test man with gold. We see how the man changes. That gold can be a love, that gold can be a gold itself, that gold can be anything. When a man knows if I need it, if it's mine, if it's part of me, I don't need to be attached, man will mature to the next step. Because then in the space, then in the span of the universe, there is no attachment. then we see how the world leaders would not be able to do. We should not make leaders. This is the biggest problem. When we put you in space and you land in planet Zeus, now you're going to elect a king, a president, or collectively we build a society. Each one of us take a position of delivering without a title. It's the titles we have shackled man. And it's interesting how man allows this to happen, and we're observing. One of the biggest observers, I observe people through their behavior, and we test people through their behavior. The attachment, how much they attach, and the biggest thing is they always have an excuse. I don't want to hurt. I don't want to let other people down. They don't say, I'm so attached, it's me that I cannot let go, that if I let go, I might even get more. Then you try, with this knowledge, set up a finance for humanity. With the knowledge we have today, it takes less than a few satellites to be able to load that no one on this planet will ever eat food again. It can be delivered. The sun does it every day, but now we make it selective to what man needs for his structure at the point of need. In a way, we chew the energies of the sun that we can swallow. With the knowledge we have, with the plasma and the universal knowledge, no one goes sick. I've never seen in all my life across the universe a single hospital yet. Hospital is the creation of man because he hasn't learned to serve his physicality through his soul. That's why you're always sick. We never seen a fuel station that they burden you the minute they put the price up, none of you move because you can't afford it. In the past few weeks, being locked down with Corona, it has given me a very good insight what I'm going to do with human race. And human race will have a new child. Human race will live the most perfect life from now on. And the reason for it is, I know, I can, and I don't care. I have the knowledge, I know how to deliver, and I have the soul which has been waiting for a long time to be here. And I don't need anything. I'm detached from the whole because I created, I don't understand the creation. And all of you are in the same position. If you listen to 330 knowledge seekers, you have the knowledge of the universe, how to feed yourself, how to fly, how to cure yourself, how to do everything. There is an old saying. They say when you fall in love, you give up on everything. And you give everything away because that love is the most important thing. You don't eat, you don't sleep, and you do everything funny which just goes in the brain of the man. So I would like to see what Jamila and the team have as a solution for financial solution for this planet. If I was you, I'll do it in a very simple way. ascertain at least 24 satellites. Ascertain the knowledge that within these satellites, a continuous diversion of the fields can beam exactly like you carry your mobile phones, that everyone is fed. In that process, understand the level of the strength of the soul of the man and feed it, that it cures all his illnesses. And in that process, teach the man to use the energy of the universe to heat himself, to warm himself, and not to need the fire to be dependent on. In so many ways, mankind has to learn how much it needs. Mankind learn what he needs to do. When we hear, we have to understand what is the job of the Universal Council. What is your budget and what is your knowledge? What do you ask the KF SSI as is your property to develop for you, that you understand what is needed? You have the knowledge, become practical. You have and understand it exactly why you do it, and understand how you do it, and then understand the way you do it. Take the hunger, take the shelter, take the burden of all that away from mankind. When you create these conditions, when you put everything on the table, no government can abuse no one to hunger, and no grain supply can block. And this is what it is and what it needs to be done. When you speak next time in what you plan to do with the finances of this nation, security of this nation as one nation, one planet, use the technology, not something that it might be. Because the technology is in the hand of man. It's the responsibility of the Universal Council to bring the resources together from all over the world to reach to this point that we have, we can, and we deliver. And then in that point, mankind might reach maturity. When the world leaders see you have no need for them to tax you for your food, when you can educate the man through the soul of the man, you don't need no school. Knowledge, it has a strength, and knowledge can be given to a man in one go. The way we give the knowledge of the universe. Then Universal Council is doing what it's set up to do. The same with the Earth Council members. And either way, then we see how we can survive, how we can change the situation. It's no use, I wish, your wish should be, I wish who knows the technology that can bring us security, can deliver these technologies. Who is going to be, which one of you is going to Mr. Musk tell him, The rocket you sent up last time, can I put 4 reactors on it? Can you launch for me what I can feed the nation? My nation, the planet. Then we have to ask other questions. Many, many questions. Our ethos, the way we live. Sorry about this new technologies. When you touch the microphone, you cannot come back and you have to wait till somebody lets you in. In this process, the Universal Council, the Earth Council, you have to come up with a new way, the correct way to deliver. There should not be any more wishes. This is what we need to change humanity. We set you up, the KF SSI. Don't bring in to find, okay, we have to find how the torch works, but now we have the knowledge of the food, but how can we expand on it that we can feed everyone? If satellites work to transfer energy into the depth of this planet, and you can get it anywhere, should feeding the man be the same? Isn't this what we discussed on the table with the Chinese leadership, what we call the G9? Providing food, medicine, education, and what we call life to this planet. Uses the same electronic system, but changing them to transfer plasma energy that it can and is applicable that the body of the man can accept. Then what do we do? How do we do it? This is the job of Universal Council members. It's gorgeous to see flowers, and especially a woman from Austria explains to you the flowers in the fields, what does it bring you? You remember the family escaping from Austria, the movie? It just, when I looked at that picture, it brought beautiful memory of the childhood. And you remember that movie? And this is the way Austrians live, with the love and flavor and the smell of the mountains, because it's all mountains. These are the beauties of this planet we have to enjoy, not to burn and riot and create viruses to dominate and control. The truth about human race is mankind does not stay to be kind with itself. And it's just the wrong word. We have a beautiful name in Farsi for human being. We call it Bashar. Shar means problem and headache, means what we call deviousness. But they say Bashar means human race, but they forget about the Shar, which is all the problems which is created for himself. The same as mankind. Man has never been kind to what is done to himself, let alone to the others. We have to learn, and it's the responsibility of the, what we call Universal Council members, to be detached to serve. And this is a call upon all Universal Council members. The process of detachment does not come from the Creator alone. Mankind has to become. As I always said, I live a very comfortable life, but I'm detached from it. It's just there for me to be able to live the life that I can serve. And as I said, in so many ways, if we understand this, and this is what is puzzling me for years, and for years, people come to me and say, Mr. Keshe, you can make gold. Why don't you make gold for Keshe Foundation? Yes, I can make gold, but isn't that a stupid question to ask? Because I've taught you how to make it. Why are you claiming poverty and you have nothing to eat? Just run Tomb system and buy gold and go to the shop and put it back on the table. Sell a kilo of gold, live a comfortable life for a year. You haven't taught the others, but you're a knowledge seeker. Why the knowledge seekers have become like a potter who eats from the broken pot? I've taught you how to make gases to save yourself from corona, and we can do it with the God knows cancer and everything else. Why don't you lots go and make so much gold? Why are you all sitting here waiting for a solution where you actually are the solution? What you learn, you have become the solution for humanity. Why is not used? Maybe because we haven't blown the wind of the love of the Creator into your knowledge, that you suddenly all being inspired and you live and create a new life. Now, as I said before, tell me, show me, as member of Universal Council, I'm an ordinary man on the street, and you have the knowledge. How are you going to give me for me to live? Enough that I have. I won't go fat, and I don't need to go to a shop to take. If I go to a shop and I get a pack of crisps, an apple, or whatever else, it will be for the pleasure of my existence, not necessary for my existence. It's a big difference. Very big difference. And why do we do these things? Why mankind always goes for these pitfalls and has got used to it and doesn't get out of it? You lot listening are the worst students I ever had in the universe. You listen and you don't do. You ask for too much and you don't give much. And then it's all my fault. Because human race has always learned to blame the others. Because it's easy, then I don't have to do anything. When a leader of a nation tells others to kill their own nation, put them into prison, a stone is like a bullet. What we hear coming from blundering past 24 hours. I don't want to be called an American, no way. And if I become American, it'll be my law, not his law. It'll be my leadership. It'll be where everybody lives in comfort. A car is a luxury if you want to have food on the table with anything you might have a taste for is there if you need. And if you have become very clever as a Universal Council members, when you send Mr. Moss up there with your reactors, you make sure that you put emotion in your systems. That if I look at fish, to have a fish, I taste the fish, I eat the fish, and I'm satisfied with my hunger. Tell you one thing, if Universal Council can deliver this, I promise you one thing. Half of the hospitals and death in the world will be solved. Because they take what they need, you have no more diabetic. Because they can eat what the body needs through emotion, you'll find no fat people. Because you have given without the cholesterol, you have no cholesterol, no high blood pressure. Now you see, you sell yourself and your nation a lot of money you don't need to print for. Because you satisfy the emotion through direction of understanding the technology, no father can get angry with his son to get a prostate cancer, and no mother will get breast cancer because of whatever is done to. So now you see, I don't tell you anything new. I've told you all this, but you have to set it to work. And then somebody doesn't come and tell you what is your financial forecast or what is the budget or how you're going to finance. We finance through love and care. We finance through broader understanding of the knowledge. We feed people the way the people of the universe are fed. I promise you something. When you join humanity and join what I call space system, you'll find one thing is strange. You'll never find restaurants and feeding table in none of the universal systems, in none of the spaceships. There are tables that you can see if they have something, they grow, but you put that in your mouth with such a high energy, is the worst poison in your body. You have a look at it. So now I want to know, Universal Council members, how are you going to finance? What is your budget? You don't need any feeding, you don't have any health. That goes a very big budget off your pocket because somebody else is not doing it. What we call the space technology. You have no cancer, you have nothing else. What are you waiting for? And we have shown it. As I was talking yesterday to the head of universities, research people yesterday said, Mr. Keshe, we have tested 200 people with corona and all have survived. The technology is correct. And we have informed the government. They don't want to let the world know. And over 1 million people in Iran have tested it and it works. Do you know why we have a rise in corona in Iran in the past few days? Because Ayatollah Rouhani has blocked this technology to be in the hand of the public. Is he a leader or is he a murderer? We lost 67 people yesterday. Only in Iraq. You lost 2,000 to 3,000 in the United States because of the greed of one man on the cover of a turban in the name of the God. Damn nation and damn God that they believe in. Because they have no nation and they have no God. This is what we see when I tell you we don't need leaders. Leadership brings what I call ejaculation of self-satisfaction of a power which doesn't exist. And this is what we are paying for. Every day, 7,000 people are dying around the world. And Mr. Rouhani is hiding the technology under the carpet. Even all his doctors, all the science say is correct. Who has paid his bill and which passport does he carry? Upset directly to the Iranian. His position as a Iranian leader and a world leader is unattainable because he's not only responsible for the health of the Iranians, he's responsible with this technology for the rest of the world. And we have taken charge. With the agreement with the scientists in Iran, we tell you from today, reach your nations, your governments. We come directly to Keshe Foundation. They come to us and from us directly, university to university, government to government, confirmation of technology. Within 7 days, 14 days, we can start eradicating in every nation, from Brazil to China. Then no leader needs to lie that we have no corona. No, that's because it'll be true. We don't have it. In the city of Mahalat in Iran, 50,000 people, we have had no deaths. Ask your government, where is the city of Mahalat in Tehran, in Iran? Why don't we have no deaths? And you know what Mr. Rouhani has done? He's threatened to put a doctor who's done this for his city into prison. Position of a world leader in that position is unattainable. Actually, he should be in prison. The city of Mahalat in Tehran, in Iran, has been without corona, without death for 50 days. We delivered the technology and the doctor supervised. And the doctor is afraid to do anything because Mr. Rouhani gang can gang up on him because they have tested 120 useless medicines which have done nothing for the Iranians for past 3 months because each medicine, millions have been given by pharmaceuticals into the bank account. When you approach the government, that's your job from now on, as Universal Council members, as a Keshe Foundation, get in touch with the Canadian Prime Minister. Say, there's a Mr. Keshe there, Keshe Technology, and through secure systems set up that the Rouhani cannot touch, will work with the Office of His Eminence Dr. Ahmadi Iran and the Iranian scientists, university to university, confirmation, delivery of technology. We take leadership, and let's start with that. Then when we bring the GANS technology as corona, then we bring it as a feeding, and then we'll see who objects. World needs leaders who can lead mankind to peace, can lead mankind to progressive development of science and technology and freedom in the space. And if, as a human race, we go to the next step, we understand the technology in absolute perfection, universe is yours. I hope I brought you a message, and I hope I put your finances in a good order to know how to spend and how, as Universal Council members, to use the setup, which has taken years to perfect, into operation in saving human life. Many of Universal Council members and your families have suffered with corona and you walked away with it because of the Keshe Foundation technology. The beauty of it is, now Keshe Foundation have one of the most powerful universities and one of the most gentle nations behind them to deliver the technology. You tell me what you want to do. And you tell us what is your plan for financing our hopes, our future, in a way that we don't have to work 50 weeks a year for 2 weeks holidays. I want to work 2 weeks a year, but our work is solid. And the other 50, I want to be my hobby. Now, with it, I can serve humanity, be it from cleaning the streets I enjoy to playing as a doctor in the hospital as I enjoy. Because I did my 2 weeks to make sure I pay that the nation keeps what it needs. One of the biggest shame, what you see in the West and around the world, we call them street cleaners, we hardly pay them. And in fact, we have to pay them the best salary because without them, we cannot go anywhere. There is no street cleaner to go. We value the man who does for us to be mobile, nothing, and the man who loves us, we pay him a lot. If man realizes, if the mankind understands, life has to be respected at any level, and life is sweet, does not matter what it is, then mankind has become the true man of creation. And this is what we don't have with mankind. We value each other different, where we all have to be the same. We have found respect out of idiocy and ego, where we have to find respect out of savage. And this is where we go wrong. And this is where we all have gone wrong. In a way, we've been taught the wrong way, and we are carrying with it. But now we know the truth. Do we? We've been locked up for 2 months, 3 months, most of us. How many dead people have we seen from hunger? We've seen dead people from contamination of the virus, but not from hunger. We all have found something to eat. We have all found something to have, even was meager amount. And this should not be. We face disasters. We should be there to give. When you have an earthquake, you come out. Your worry should not be if I'm going to find a shelter, if I'm going to have a food, if I have an injury, I'm going to have medicine. All has to be done. This is what I told the Chinese government. With the knowledge and investment of doing satellites, your nation should not need any food. This is what you always say. The more you give, the more you receive. If you look at it, it's in front of you every day. If you're a farmer, you put 1 seed on, you get 20 seeds back on the rice. The more seed you plant, the more rice you get. Which part of this mankind doesn't understand? But this time, instead of physical understanding of it, play with understanding of the soul, elevation of the soul. Which part of it is hard for us to understand? And the most important thing is, have we put our soul in it? Have we put our love for it? Have we become detached from what we made our attachment? Then you understand if you're matured. And then it comes to one point. Does this maturity take me? for me to be elevated more in the knowledge of creation, more elevated to serve the souls of the creation. As I said at the beginning, humans work all their life to have one child, and they spend all their life to best educate it and find the best thing for it. But in the universe, we look from the beginning, from the best fields, best interaction of the fields, how the fields look next to each other, that is, stay calm and protective, and we collect it till we find our partner, and then we offer the soul which we gathered to its perfection. And if mankind matures to this level of understanding, then mankind has reached understanding of the universe and creation. In so many ways, the olden ways used to be the mother when had a daughter, she puts a box from the day she comes home from the hospital or from time they give birth. And the best silk goes in the box, the best shoes goes in the box, the best thread goes in the box, that by the time this life is matured and once you get married, everything is ready for it. We do it in the physical dimension for what we're going to give life for, but why don't we do it for the soul of it? When you understand this, would you make another cup of man and then add to it, nurture it in a way that it becomes the soul of your child, and then understand the truth, the real truth of creation. Then would the man mature? Then would the totality moves in the dimension of the creation and the creator? This is what, as I said, the teaching will head. Told you and I explained before. The teaching will go so fast from now on that we take the leadership to lead this planet through the ethos of the universal community. And when we reach, in a way, as I said to a friend of mine, it's like when you want to become a member of European community, you have to tick so many things. Your unemployment should be this. You should make sure your streets like this. You got to make sure everything is that. Now it's the same with the whole of this planet, the whole of human race. You want to join the universal community, start ticking, you have achieved peace, unconditional availability of resources to all mankind, bringing the process of killing on this planet, even for animals and the plants, to zero. These are the preconditions, because if one sees animal kills, one will return back to where he started, because it's easy catch. At least I can try. I'll be more powerful. I can show I can do. We want to raise the killing from the memory of the man and his soul to be free. Until that day, we have not achieved anything. And this is the responsibility of the Universal Council members. Nobody else, in conjunction with the Earth Councils. You have to approach the present governments and change by change, and you have the best opportunity to do. Corona is killing. As a member of the Universal Council in your languages, you have a solution as a Keshe Foundation and the backing of the most powerful university and the government peaceful nation in the world. We don't put sanctions on the nations who put sanctions on Iran. We give it freely for them to be ashamed of what they've done. And then to the humanity. Life has to be precious at every level of it, irrespective of color, race, position, fish, dog, and a spaceman. We have a big problem with humanity, and we have to sort it. It needs to be sorted now at this position that allows us to be able to create a condition of peaceful position across the planet and in then we might consider to let you go. Might consider, because you still be under quarantine if you don't go back to your past behaviors. You don't get a free card just because you've been good for 1 day in prison. You may be prison. If you have to get that free card for yourself. As you see, I played many Monopoly games. I know the rules very well. And the only difference is on this game, you cannot buy anything to possess. There are no streets for sale and no hotels to hotel. One of the most important problems for Universal Council members is to diminish the energy which brings man the need to possess. The possession brings attachment, and attachment brings favors. In a way, if you listen, what I've taught you is all the attributes of the Creator. And man has to become that. You cannot steal, you can ask to be given and be patient till you receive it. When you want to possess, you lose your patience, you don't deserve to hold. Doesn't matter how beautiful the gift is or what you want. Respecting the life in every sense is the duty of a man on this planet and any creature in the universe. Thank you very much. And I hope next time we see the flower and a way and a solution for that flower to be owned and smelled by every creature on this planet, if they want to smell, not just by picture. I'll let the Universal Council members to answer how you're going to finance it. What is your finance program? And if you're a good minister, finance minister, I've given you the best recipe. The biggest expenditure on your budget list is got food, medicine, and shelter, and energy on top. So you have a blank card to play with the Creator's balance book.
If the Universal Council members wish to respond, they'll have to put their hands up because they are as attendees currently.
Rick? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Keshe. So Mr. Keshe, thank you very much for all your input, all what you explained to us. It's very valuable, and it's key for us to fine-tune what we are doing, our responsibilities, and to fine-tune also the next steps we are going to continue. So I don't think we are going to answer directly to the question, but we are going to gather all of us and come back with a more consistent answer. Thank you again.
The thing is, we don't need to answer. We have to find solutions. Answering means we have done wrong, or we have to find something. We have to find solutions for every position and condition.
Yes, Mr. Keshe, when I said answer is answering all to the very important point you raised here for all the for the nation, for the communities, and the way we learned from the technology. So answering by giving solution, I think this is what I meant.
What so council members and Earth Council members have to remember, they have to become the inspirers, not solution finders. As long as you try to find solutions, it goes from one to another. If you can inspire, then the humanity will take the step itself. And this is the art of leadership. Leaders who put their hands and fists on the table, this is what I want. They're the most hated leaders, and those who always have to face failures. Those who let the nation runs with inspiring have become successful nations. Even in the universe, the job of Universal Council is inspiring knowledge seekers. You see, Rick can tell you, many of you have been around long enough. We start inspiring many knowledge seekers. And many knowledge seekers came up with developments and technologies and everything else. We inspired them. But if you see what the Belgians did, they went for the life of their children and their family, because they knew if that inspiration dies, technology will die. And in that process, we learned a lot. We stopped bringing anybody to inspire, and that brought a lot of people to think, can I do? Have I get capability to do? Or I just think about it. It didn't stop the innovation. In fact, the Belgian anarchy and what they thought they created, it brought a lot of stuff thinking. People start doing things. We didn't bring them up anymore. We didn't show their capabilities anymore. Because that was the same thing. As I said, you get the life of what I call a lady of pleasure on the Wikipedia, but you don't get the life of a scientist where people can inspire to learn. The what I call control on Keshe Foundation, the way they planned it was total. We don't exist in the news, we don't exist on the internet, and only what is written wrong by a bunch of liars is there. Haven't then done everything to shut this technology down. But one thing they never understood, they took not a king, but they took the creator of our hand and I let them play. Step by step. Step by step. We saw how ashamed and how shamefully the man who put everything wrong died of what the solution was sitting what he actually started with. The biggest shameful embarrassment thing for the Belgian government was that Lauressen died of corona, and Iranians were saving each other's life with corona with the technology. But maybe it's time to start looking at different ways, understanding ways, and finding out what can be done ways. What are the option ways? You have a bunch of knowledge seekers, you have the institute, bring them in, let's play the game. And now you have a backing of a very powerful university.
Mr. Keshe, it's Mark from Cape Town. Our government is one of the most corrupt governments in the world. They also belong to BRICS, which includes Iran. I've sent them so much information about Keshe Foundation, offered them to check what I've made, everything on behalf of the foundation. They ain't interested. The only way I can get them, well, get around this is to come up with a different plan to get the information out to the rest of the South African population. But it's not that we don't try. It's just very difficult, but I'm persistent and I'm going to get around it.
I think Mr. Keshe might be temporarily busy.
What is important for us is what we call commitment. And commitment made by the Iranians to Corona was and is unmatchable. Absolutely unmatchable. But we saw at the end of it, the president decided, I don't get paid for vaccination, which is good money, so I let more people die. And we have taken that out of equation. We literally bypassed elected government, a corrupt elected government. And we come back to the leadership. One thing you're going to realize is when and how we are coming out, now we know what has been going on in the background. You will understand the love of Iranian leadership, sitting with Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran, extends to whole of humanity, and not just to Iran. There are limitations what they can do, and we sit with the nation and we bring it out. And it's the job of those of you who are in position to deliver according to the government. I know South African government is not only the most corruptest, is all of them are corrupt. I had to sit in BRICS with your couple of your ministers, and the diplomatic language was very simple, I could understand. You got to remember my work with South Africa goes back to early 80s with the white regime. They were worse than the blacks. They stole more and they knew how to sell the art in it. But now these governments are all rich on the back of what they call the stealing they learned from their old masters. You think South Africa is corrupt? Come with me to the United States, it'll be worse. And the rest. When I explained to the Iranian officials how Ahmadinejad was making money, they were shocked. They started looking into it. Every time he came to the United Nations to make a speech, and you saw talking about taking Israel off the map of the planet and this and that, before he comes, you saw all the European, American ambassadors or leaders left. He already was paid for that, to create fear that they could sell more arms. Nobody made more commission out of the speeches in the United States ever than him. Being a Jew by birth, his speeches were written in Tel Aviv, delivered in the name of the Islamic nation. And bank account in Tel Aviv and United States. All world leaders are corrupt. And that's what I say, do we need leaders? Do we need kings? I'll be back in 10 or 15 minutes if you want to discuss. Secondly, I might not come back. I'll leave it to you to discuss.
Go ahead, Pete. I think you wanted to speak.
Yes, I was just waiting to see if anybody wants to respond before moving on, because we have been invited to the discussion to discuss. But I'm just thinking if it would be appropriate, because that's somehow still in the context of what we are talking about. If we carried on with the presentation, but from slide number 23, we'll skip some content as we see there is still relevant content in this presentation, which is in the context of this conversation. So we are thinking about presenting from slide 23, which is the recreate the dome, That's the one. Thank you, Rick. So this slide was inspired. I mean, the whole idea why we brought in the creation of dome was due to Mr. Keshe's announcement yesterday, and we thought it was important to support him. And we thought that there's a great importance of all the crossroads that are happening right now. So more than before, we need to do whatever we can do from our souls, and we have the power, we have the knowledge. We love humanity and our planet Earth. So here today we decide to create peace, which should come from Iran, the land of knowledge and wisdom. Mr. Keshe has created all the conditions for that. And if we could switch to the next slide. So we create that dome with Iran offering peace, and this is what is done. We open up to be part of that dome. We extend it, we welcome it, we create it. We are peace. And Mr. Keshe many times said that my wish is my command, and so we give freely from our soul to all souls of Iran to offer peace to all souls in existence. Take what you need. We are present. And if we can switch to the next slide, we'll just take a minute of silence to add to this beauty into the dome. Thank you.
Okay, how would you like to proceed?
We can skip the next slide and move to Voices from One Nation. So we skip Q&A and we go to the next one. So these are the voices from One Nation. Currently, we all, in physicality, we all speak different languages. And as we know, the UC members are to represent the soul of every language on this planet. So here we still read these words in different languages with our voice. knowing that we are uniting together under this dome to become one, be one nation, be one mankind, one humanity. So I'll invite the members to just read out peace and freedom in their native language to also give that emotion behind it.
Peace and freedom in German means Frieden und Freiheit.
In Polish, pokój i wolność.
In Arabic, salam wal hurriya.
Dayo na wiyadi. Ikuyu.
In Hindi, peace and freedom means स्वतंत्रता और शांति जो विश्व शांति में परिणत हो जाता है. Thank you.
In Danish, it's calling peace and freedom is fred og frihed.
In French, paix et liberté.
In Português, paz e liberdade.
In italiano, pace e libertà.
मराठीमध्ये स्वातंत्र्य आणि शांतता असं बोलतात. थँक्यू.
Thank you. I think we can slowly close this part.
Bengali.
Oh, please, Mosfeq.
শান্তি এবং মুক্তি.
Pete,
Yes.
we can invite in the audience if there are another language to join. Freedom in the under the dome.
Can I say in English, peace and freedom?
Thank you.
We have Hutan. Hello? You'll have to turn on your microphone. I'm not able to hear you, even though you are unmuted.
In Persian, صلح و آزادی.
Thank you.
In Spanish, paz y libertad.
På norsk, fred och frihet.
In Kiswahili, usalama na uhuru. Usalama na uhuru.
In Maltese, pace u helsin.
In Serbian, mir i sloboda.
Angelica, did you go ahead yet?
Sorry, mistake.
Okay. Elias, I see your microphone's open, but we're not hearing anything coming through at this point.
In Greek, ειρήνη και ελευθερία.
Shibani? Oops, you disappeared.
Yes, Jibani from Togo. In mobile language, I want to say a man last year.
In mobile language, Jigbani from Togo. Lafia Yempaman, Yorukul.
Okay, did everyone have a chance to participate who wished to? If you didn't and you wish to, then you can put up your virtual hand and we can recognize you and allow you to speak as an attendee. I think we had around 24 languages there altogether.
I guess we won't hear that many inside the spaceship, will we, Rick?
It's all one voice.
Exactly.
Stefania, I see you have your hand up. Perhaps you'd like to, your microphone is ready to go, I believe.
Yes, I just would like to add something about, I just want to say something about what Mr. Keshe just said to us. About also the responsibility of the Universal Council to use the tools of the technology And one of the tools was this one that we just did, taking 1 minute, you know, to connect together, get used to feelings and connect together to make this dome. So this is one way to put knowledge to practice at the soul level. And then I really liked the idea of the satellite. That was really good. But also it was great to hear again that we have everything we need already been given to us quite a time ago. So we have to just start to using it. It's like we already have everything we need, especially, you know, cup 1, cup 2, cup 3. Thanks to the virus, we've been put to practice, you know, the value of the cups and what they can do. And then we learned that we are the cup. And then we learned that the way forward is the soul level. And we're the cup, and what the cup can do, we can do. So, and we can add, you know, we can do it in many ways, like many roads take you to Rome's. But the good thing is that we have already everything we need, and we just have to start play with it, and you know, bring our creativity out, stretch our imagination, and you know, so it just kind of all in our hands. Yeah, so I just wanted to talk about this, that we have already what we need, because also the guns are inside us. So we're winning before to start.
One of the problems with the knowledge seekers generally is the lack of confidence in their own abilities and their own knowledge. And we are like the pioneers that in the way I take the fruit, if I don't die, the rest is good, you can all eat. When we gain trust in ourselves and the knowledge we have, then we will act. And this is exactly where the problem sits. And humanity has changed position. And has chosen fear over being confident. And in so many ways, as we teach more and more are gained, we gain trust in ourselves. We need to understand that part. this is the lack of confidence which is deliberately set up in the foundation. And everywhere we went, we got attacked. And so we became a bunch of people who carried the knowledge, but and if you call them, they go on the internet, they spread everything. This was set up as systematic destruction till we get. And in every time they tried, we became more successful. And in so many ways, we go on. If you can organize any interviews, any national television or on the internet programs, approach them, we go on live. And we tell people the solution is there for Corona and the rest of it. And we turn the people towards the government. It's heartbreaking to see what's happening in Brazil. It's heartbreaking that we have most of our powerful knowledge seekers sitting in the United States and they do not even open a twig. We see the main board of knowledge seekers in US and Canada are sitting absolutely silent. If I wouldn't set up the Keshe Foundation Corona for US, I think they would have had nowhere to go. They were still sitting there. And this is absolutely, in a way, it's a shame to see this. And it is not very confidence making that we come to this point. Just think about what you can do and think about how you can do it. And within, as is coming, we have asked the people whose position is to make these kind of arrangements to bring your governments. We are prepared to deliver if you care for your nation, or if you care for that part of the world where you call your nation. Something very strange but very amazing has happened in this Corona crisis. And we saw Brazilians going to Brazilian Keshe Foundation chat for their Brazilian family or friends who had Corona in another country if they can help. We saw a lot of Iranians approaching Keshe Foundation from Iran, that my family in such a country is there. And the help was there again by the nationals of that country. And it was nice to see the setting up of these Corona sections allowed us to be able to help without borders. But this was the Universal Council members were said. People went to the Persian Keshe Foundation to say they need a need. They didn't go to, even they lived in Europe or America, they went back home. It's exactly what we said, the Keshe Foundation for, the knowledge seekers and what we call the Universal Council members. And it's amazing when it was working, and when it's working, we see people ask for help and they go to their own national group. Then you see it works. How do you see as member of the Keshe Foundation, not necessarily what we call knowledge seekers or Universal Council members or newcomers? What do you see? Maybe a fresh school of thoughts, a different approach.
Hi, may I speak? This is Aza.
Yes.
One thing I want to say about peace, because everybody was talking about I want to create peace. But to me, I just can't create peace because I feel as a human, we put ourselves on pedestal and we think we are the king of the cosmos. And then we always say, I'm creating this. Because I think we are such a hypocrisy to say we created this thing good and bad and judge everything. You know, dark and light, peace and war. And then now we go and choose the peace. In a whole cosmos, the peace exists. You just have to be in it. You don't have to create it. And such a hypocrisy, we talk for half an hour while we want to say one word. Human has created all these mumbo jumbos. But life is so simple. You don't have to create a peace. You be part of it. It already exists in us, around us. But we work so hard to create things that we put in the wrong place in the first place. And for me, this is just too much work. It's already here. Take a few feet above the earth. Go above about like 10 feet up. There's no sound. There's already peace everywhere. You can walk by a tree. If you pay enough attention, you feel the peace. You pass by a dog. If you pay attention, you feel the peace. You pass by a stone. If you pay attention, you feel the peace. Everywhere you go, there is a peace. But they created all these things by us. And now we're working so hard to just define it. And actually, it's just, I feel like I'm just cornered in a corner that I feel hopeless. I feel I lost my tools because I see all these things that we want to create, we already have it. And in fact, past few days for me, it was so hard for me to just, I didn't want to even talk to anybody to do anything because everything is here, but how can I make everybody see that? I wish there was a cave and I just roll into it, go into it and just close the cave and don't come out. That's how I feel right now.
Besides the elevation of the soul, I think that if each country can get one enhancement unit in it. We can make this process even go quicker.
I just want to add something else. I was working on, justice and peace the other day on some of the stuff we have to work on, and then about how we can create the laws and how we can create law and justice. And then one of the things that I was going to do about 2000, it was 2008. I was 2 years into my opening my practice, and I was gonna go into section the whole New York by neighborhood. Say I take like Bushwick, like there may be 10 blocks, and I go to each building and I knock on each apartment. These are the like a poor neighborhood. And knock on each apartment, ask them what's their name, give their name to me. I can list everybody's in that building, and then go to the next building. And then for each building, I ask them about all the information, what their profession is, what they can do. And then, and how many kids they have, what are the skills they have. And then I would come and choose from each building. I choose as a volunteer to say, there is a couple, is a woman who has 2 kids, has no one to take care of her kid. She wants to go to work, she has a job. And then there is another woman who doesn't have a job, but she has a skill to take care of kids. So I would create a bank account for the neighborhood. And I ask everybody to put anything they can, $1 in it. If they want to buy a lottery, just put that $1 lottery in it. So we create a bank account, and each building, if they don't have a good structure of their home, everything is not good in terms of the bathroom, everything, we're not going to pay their rent to the landlord, and then we fix the building by the people who live in it. Like, for example, somebody is a plumber, somebody is a carpenter. So we make a whole group, everybody fix the building, and then we deduct from the rent, we send it to the landlord. This is the thing we did, and this is the deduction. And then we create, in the basement of it, we create something for children. People who go to work, the children be taken care of by people who don't go to work. And for the safety of the neighborhood, we create people who volunteer. They don't have a job. We pay them from that account to come and patrol the streets for the people in that place. So actually we create a community in that neighborhood. So everybody gets fed, everybody has a job, everybody will be taken care of. And today, actually, I was thinking about my dreams when I was dreaming about that. I said, that was my dream, to go to each poor neighborhood and create that for each neighborhood. So have each neighborhood to be sustainable for themselves. They don't need anybody else. Within themselves, they become sustainable. And I was thinking even getting a lawyer, how not to pay the landlord for their rent. And I can use that money to fix all the buildings, fix the street, brings park in the neighborhood and everything. And today I was thinking about, how can I make it now? People on the street of New York, everybody is looting the place, and they put a curfew from like 5 to 8. And I was thinking, how can I do it? I sent a letter to the mayor, like, just give me 1 hour of your time so I can come and talk to you. And every single morning I'm giving from my soul to all these people's soul, and I give from my soul to all the ones who are the most lowest one. One of them is President Trump. I'm doing it every single morning. And today I told God, at least one door has to open here somewhere. somewhere in this planet, somewhere has to open something for us that we can go to. And I'm hoping that door opens.
I believe that door is already open. We don't need to hope for the door to be open. It's open. So if we feel it, we can touch it, really feel that through our souls. The door's already open. And I feel that within all of us. We all just need to understand our true beauty and what we're truly capable of. When we stand together in this beautiful thing that we're building, that we've built, it's already achieved. We've done it. It's done.
Yes, we're taking position. Like Mr. Keshe just said, we start like this, by taking position. So, and do what we can do until there is no problem anymore. And the impossible become possible. And of course, like you just said, have a trust on ourselves, because it's true. When the point come of the switch, you have to have full trust. Because because I think this is what's really stop us. Because as soon we got the trust and everyone does what we're supposed to do, what we can do, it's done. So I think it can be done actually in a second if each one of us taking position and have the full trust. It's done. Yeah.
You know, Stefania, I think eventually, I mean, we will get there. I mean, I have no doubt about it. It just, I mean, if there is anybody optimistic, I'm the most optimistic person, I think. And I mean, I know myself, like, I can, I know everything is gonna happen. Everything is gonna happen. For the past couple of days, I don't know, whatever it is, I cannot even breathe. It is just so hard for me to see people suffering. It's not a suffering of people. It's more like you see these people, young people, and just you want to know how you can tell them, like, you're just gonna be fine. You have to trust yourself. Like, how can you reach to all these people? How can I reach to all these people? I mean, sometimes, I mean, I know you're gonna get there, but sometimes I wish there was a way that you could have less casualties.
Dear Azhar, sweetheart, I will say all the situations are going everywhere, you know. Don't be so sad, my dear. It will be all sorted out. Anyway, Please be in love, my dear. We are all facing the same thing. So, you know, sometimes you have to avoid this physicality, you know, I would say from my heart. And I'm sending love to you, sweetheart. Be in love. Please. Thank you.
Yeah, the party is now. Yeah, the party is now. We have to just now decide how to celebrate. But the party is now. We got everything we need. We have to just make the jump. And for that one, you have to have full trust. That's why I think Mr. Keshe talked a lot about let go, not attachment. But he also said when you give up everything, only then you have everything. So we got nothing to lose. I mean, it's really like ironically, maybe a little bit funny, but we got nothing to lose, and it's gonna be better. So I think it's just time. I think things are happening already, but we're not aware of it. We do it every day. Like Mr. Keshe said many times, we create children every day, all the time. So we just, now that we learn this knowledge, and now we see the world differently, and we open our mind to new possibility. We stretch our brain a little bit further. And with this knowledge that we now change the rule of the games. You know, whatever it was before is not now, and we all been empowered because we've been given everything we need to do everything we want in one sense, you know. So really we have to just basically maybe play with it and find different ways how to enjoy life and start this big party. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, Rick. This is Stephen from California. I just kind of want to respond to Mr. Keshe about the Americans and the North American knowledge seekers. I live among millions of people right now. For the last 5 years, I've been spreading the knowledge and the technology, unbeknownst to most of them, in a way to elevate their souls. Where I live, among millions of people, coronavirus is not really an issue at this time. I'm not taking credit for it, but I've been trying to spread the GANs and the technology through thousands of people that I come into contact over the last 5 years in California. As far as I go, wherever I go, I spread the technology. I put the GANs, the waters in everything that I touch and I go to. And so I've come on here for the last 4 or 5 years and tried to talk and speak and share the knowledge the best I can. But I still understand that we're under constant attack here. The more we become more public, the more we are attacked for different reasons that I don't want to assume are related to the Belgians or the Americans or whatever it is, but we're doing the best we can. And even that has to make you think, you know, what you are our family and we want to understand everyone. And so the more that I've asked for certain things to be opened up, I don't know what else to do. That, you know, like I said, when we go back to the time when we took the technology to the press club in DC. That was such a fluid time where we were open 24/7 basically for weeks, where we could just speak and speak, because Americans are really vocal and verbal, and they use imagery and such. And once the ball gets rolling, it's just like a snowball effect. It just continues and continues. And I don't know what else I can do but to just continue to try to interact with you, to show that we are here and we are supporting. I don't know how people don't have confidence enough to speak, but it's been a learning process for me to speak and to share.
You see, let me add something I don't understand. Thank you very much. You see, there is a point that we could stay silent, or we could do things. And there's this point that things are done for us. And there's a point when there is a chance, an opportunity to do more without actually doing much. What we ask from the American community now, especially with the Corona and the rise, deliberate acts, whatever, is the message we have sent to the White House. The message goes to all of you, that with your governors, with your leaders, that the Iranian scientists have discovered a technology and will be backed by the leading university and is free. Iranians want to help us with Corona. To your governors, not to public. And as I said, send it directly to me. What the structure is that we go through the process of governor's office, American university, get a confirmation through American and Iranian university at the highest level. Then we deliver the technology and the know-how and even the hardware. The point is, now is the time to deliver the technology, and opportunity is there to do. I've asked the Brazilian group the same, I asked the Mexican group the same, and I've asked the American, we have spoken to head of CIA, ex-director, head of CIA last night for a long stretch. We have spoken to the more or less the only trustee in defense by Trump. We are connected highly. It's not that, but you have to understand these all have agendas. Like the president of Iran, we could not understand for 5 weeks why everything was getting delayed. And yesterday, 2 days ago, in an official meeting, it became apparent that they have made this move deliberately because there is 120 medicine delivered to the Iranian nation for trials for Corona from different governments, different countries. And there are 660 people in the Ministry of Defense of, in the Ministry of Health of Iran who are taking bribes openly to bring these technologies in. And the way they've seen the Keshe Foundation, knowledge seekers in Iran have done so much without any cost, then they had to take a decision to do this. And in discussions with the governing structure in Iran, we do not touch the Office of Ayatollah Rouhani because his incompetence is more or less in the hand of the people. And what I said to them, I was told, do not, and stay in so many ways away from governments. So we have decided that the most powerful university in Iran will confirm to the American universities on a direct one-to-one through governor's office. And what we expect is invitation of the American governors to the Iranian scientists and universities to come into US and to start delivering technologies. We need 7 days for each from the point of acceptance for delivery of systems from Iran, flown directly to US. Flown directly into US. We can deliver and start saving lives. Let me explain to you something very simple. The technology, I have to go the other way. We're not talking about something might. These are systems Ayatollah Rouhani has deliberately kept on the ground, not to reach Americans to save their lives. And I'll show you how beautiful it is. You see this? The system parks in front of the hospital and saves lives. And the head of a nation deliberately stops or wants to stop. Let me show you more. This is I'll show you more to see. This is Keshe Foundation, mobile units, the flag of Iranian national government. This will come to your house, it will come to your offices, and it parks outside your homes. Saves lives. Cost of saving life, less than $1. What is to get these, what I call criminals, moving from our nations? You have a governor, you can speak to your governors. We are there to deliver directly to your nation, to your, we don't care you're American and you are our enemies. Nobody's our enemies. We allow it to happen. We have allowed these things to be delivered to us by those who are warmongers. In Iran, I'll show you how far we are, but this is in cities in Iran, which is the material is kept deliberately by the order of president not to reach Americans. And it's very sincere. If we help Trump, he's gonna do worse. We wait, let them more die. This is the line of Ayatollah Rouhani of Iran. It's not that we don't have. If we give them, save their lives, they kill more of us. And this is the policy of the setup by Rouhani, not by us. And this is what I saw John sending a message. I don't want to sell anything. If it can be done, you don't sell anything. It's free for your nation. It's there, and we deliver it to line by line, straight line between the head of universities, confirmation of the technology, tested, delivered. And then we take steps. We want the Americans to enjoy the same as the Iranians. It's the problem we have is that Ayatollah Rouhani had a different understanding than us. He prefers the Americans to die than help. We work on a different policy. We save, not to die. And to me, this should have been freely available very fast in what we call the same as is on the street of Tehran. I released these pictures deliberately to put pressure for the Iranian president to release the technology internationally. This is what KF Iran you will buy from the Keshe Foundation shop. That's what's in it. It'll be given at the point of need at every hospital, absolutely free. Cup of life. 2, everything you need in it as a package. Made in Iran, carries the national flag of Iran. This is what will be delivered to your offices, to your people when we land in your nation. You see, this is Keshe Foundation in the city of Rasht, working in the mosques, delivering full label. It's not anymore, it's somebody else's, something we don't know what's in it. This is the flag of Keshe Foundation, made by the Iranian Keshe Foundation. It's delivery technology of gas. These are mosques. We are delivering. Head of a state, head of military, being there. This is the street of Tehran. Gas technology. You see on the side, the 3 flags of international flags of Keshe Foundation, the Spaceship Institute, and KF SSI. If we are working in the mosques and the streets of Tehran to save life, and that's one of the reasons we reduced. This is a bottle of the gas in the mosques in Iran given to people. This is how we cured Corona till Ayatollah Rouhani has tried to stop and created all the mayhem. This is the gas water. And if you look on the floor, every single one carries a bottle given freely to people. Young and old. I can show you inside the mosques. So you understand, it's not us as Keshe Foundation who is not saving the life of the Americans. It's the Iranian leadership through its competence and revenge. This is where you have to break the line. This is where we work with the governors. We bypass the corrupt Iranian government. Corruption doesn't go by finance. Corruption goes through what we call not delivering when it saves energy. If a nation has gone on the riot for one black man, thousands are dying in the United States. And this should be available to all of you, not dying. You see, it is in mosques. We are on the street of Tehran. City is washed. The logo of KF stands for life assurity. And John writes to me, I don't want that we could sell. We are not selling. Speak to your governors through Keshe Foundation. We organize. Your governors can even speak to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei if need be, if your government, your leader is incompetent to accept such a thing. The reality is that we have to take position, and as Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers, we need to govern because our governments are incompetent. And in that process, we'll find governments who respond, governors who respond. And in that process, many, many people will save life. To me, as a scientist, it's important to understand a leader who saves and works for his nation has to love the other nations the same. And when we put separation between our nations, between our people, is where we run into problem. If we can deliver the technology into every corner of Iran, why can't we deliver the technology to save lives of Americans, Chinese, and the rest? And this is what literally we are not fighting for. We are delivering to change. We're delivering technologies to bring change. And why should we hide and duck? Put your governors, put your people who make decisions, go on the internet. Ask for internet networks to give interviews and inform them the technology is there, is blocked to come to the United States by arrogance of your president or by theft of our leaders. You know, they cannot touch. As I said to the, what I call the Jews, you touch me, I take your life. We are not producing gases in grams. We are delivering in tons. The same with Chinese. Chinese, they thought they can walk away with it and do what they like. What did they end up with? Nothing but shame on their face. And now they have the second lot of corona, they don't know what to do with. People are dying on the streets walking. If you can deliver the technology, conversation, or making link directly with your governors, you can even turn the riots backward because the government can show they have the technology. They have access to the technology. And in so many ways, as I've said before, when and wherever you move in a direction to support your nation, you'll succeed. Iran University of Defense will do everything to save every American life. If you're bold enough to take the technology to your government. And to what extent we will do this, we do not know. To what extent we will deliver this is according to your dedication and how we deliver this technology. You don't need to go back and be afraid. Go back and be proud. This is another village. This is built and a flag of Keshe Foundation. And you see this is in the mosque, not on the street. And these guys are Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers. This flag should stand as surety. This logo, wherever you see it, should give peace. Sits on the white background. And it means what it says. Space technology, sharing knowledge, and a small foundation. Now, you spoke to the Americans. Go to your governors and say the Iranians want to help. They found the solution. We are cleaning cities by cities, hospitals by hospitals. And we even have to fight with our own president to save the life of our own nation. Withholding technology can save life is a criminal offense at any nation. And President Rouhani has made that decision, not only for Iran, but the worldwide. And the university will tell you how many tests they've done, 100% success. That's on the back of a million done by Iranians themselves. You can see how it's made, how much it's made. Tankfuls, thousands of liters. And stands behind it the flag of the head of Iran national government. As evidence of Khamenei of Iran. This is where we stand. And in so many ways, this is what you say, what can you do? This is what we want you to do. Go to your government, go to your governors, go to your districts. Say the Iranian nation want to help us, they have the technology. My private email, confidential email, or through the Keshe Foundation apparatus, you can find me within minutes. And within minutes, we can put the heads of nations online, heads of universities online, unconditional, no cost. I've received the backing of the leadership of Iran to deliver the technology worldwide through Keshe Foundation, because it came from Keshe Foundation. What is important for us is to understand what our nation stands for. What do we stand for? What it means to be a human, no more, no less. An American father, an American South African, a father in South Africa, a father in even Belgium is still a father, and the loss and the pain is the same. And that's what we said. In respect to Corona, we took all the sanctions off Belgium. And in so many ways, it's your job. We done our side. Now you tell me, what can you do with your government? As I showed you before, yesterday, this is the difference between United States and Iran. We've seen what happened. In Iran, we kiss the hand of the black as equal. In the United States, you kill the black because of the color. When American nation can do what Iran, with the highest religious level, does, let alone people in the love that their home, then you become human. This is the difference between the two nations. And how, when the human race crossed from Persia to go to Europe, to go to America, changed the same to this culture, we don't understand. Then you know I'm so proud to be Iranian. We are humans. And at this moment, every trick in the book has been made to sell as much arm as you can. When you see these lights on the street of Tehran, when you walk and you know, people come back and they say, we passed the spray yesterday and now we can breathe. We want to pass again, it's no problem. It's your place, you can go as much as you like. These should be on the streets of New York or London or wherever, where people are dying in thousands. You were ashamed, or you tried, now try my way. Walk into your governor's office and say the Iranians have a solution. And they are confirming it through universities and institutes, and even as high and direct to the office of His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei of Iran will respond. We want to make peace, but first at home with those who understand what peace means. Then if we can understand, if we can go to deliver the knowledge freely and on an equal basis amongst each other, then we have actually managed to do it. And to what extent we're going to do it. when we have a competent president that he can save people's life, we do his job. So we govern. And as part of the Keshe Foundation, in taking the technology out to your government and saving life is your right. You tell me how you want to handle it. It's time to break this through national governments, through understanding of the technology, and so many ways away from the corruption of our leaders. Now, John, tell me, how much does it cost? You make the call to your governor, and I'll put Ayatollah Khamenei online. If he's sincere to change and to save American lives. And I think American government need this now to defuse the situation. Peace talk with Iran will start peace talk in the nation. Not putting guns on the road. And we don't want peace, we deliver freely. I want to show you something which is very close to my heart and in so many ways has been and been said by me for years. And you hear how closely Iranian leadership for years has been listening. And it's very simple. You've seen these. And it's the head of the face of the man. In Farsi, it says, we make Iran the bedrock of the knowledge, the nursery of the knowledge. He says, Iran ra mahd nadesh khahim kard. And this is what we said. You take the technology and Keshe Foundation leadership and the Iranian leadership look and read from the same sheet when it comes to knowledge and peace. They don't want to show this side of the Iranian leadership, do they? And you have seen it. You will see this car, this machine, soon on the Iranian national television. call your governors and say Iran is offering a solution for corona. We don't need to die. More or less, something around about 100 now. Every minute, 1 American is dying from corona, more or less at the moment. Every minute you spend not informing, you lost 1 life. You're responsible for it because you have the knowledge. And you know it can be done by the government. It took us less than 7 days to empty a full hospital with corona people. And it took us less than 2 weeks to have no corona in the city. And it was so powerful that the doctor went out of his own pocket, invested to clean up the city. And he says, my emergency room has got 2 patients. I can't do anything else. I was so busy and I was losing my doctors. 1 or 2 a day dead bodies from corona. Now I have 1 or 2 cancer and old gentlemen here, and that's it. And when the officials went on television and announced that the city of Mahalat, south of Tehran, has become free, they punished them. They told them, you cannot tell no one. You American can save 1 life, you run and throw your hat up. Our president hides because Gates has to make sure he can get his injections and kill more in Iran. The position of the Iranian president is unattainable as a president. For withholding knowledge and technology to save the rest of the people's humanity's life, would have tested by universities, by research centers. John, I'll wait to speak with your governor. Free. You make the call, we'll be there. Head of university, head of the nation. And it'll be free. And if your government can open the borders, we fly with Iranian military planes with all the systems to deliver. 7 days, we clean your hospital you choose. We leave the equipment behind and we return. There's one thing you will see on the shoulders of Iranian military, the flag of Keshe Foundation. Any other question?
We've got several people with their hands up here. We've had Karat, I believe is the name. If you'd like to go ahead first. Karat, can you open your microphone? Okay, we'll let them work on that. Jefferson, we haven't heard from you yet. Jefferson, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, good afternoon to everybody in the world. I'm from Brazil. And I would like to make a question for Mr. Keshe about the launch that we've seen this week to the space station. And the question is, have you ever talked to Mr. Elon Musk about your technology and the intention of this technology as saving the world as one nation, one race, and one world? Probably these guys, I don't know him, but probably his mind is a little bit ahead of time of ours. So have you ever talked to him about this? That's the question. Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
The answer is no, but they know about the Keshe Foundation, this technology, and he doesn't like us.
Yes, understand that. The question
If
is,
you remember, one of his first launches had a satellite which was targeted deliberately for destruction, and it was taken out on launch pad. If you go that far back. You got to realize these people serve two ways. What's the other question?
Okay, we have Stephen. Go ahead.
Yes, hello, Mr. Keshe. I appreciate what you showed and everything that you do as Iranian people. I really respect the Iranians and all that they do. Going back to Americans, this is a country under military control. The things that you're seeing being done, the riots and things, these are purposeful things. These are things that are being done to Americans as a retribution, basically, for not accepting the vaccines and all these other things. And I just wanted to put that out. So yes, since the press conference, we've been trying to deal with our governments. But just like you've realized that they're all bought and paid for, they're all controlled. Until one man stands up and takes the position to help his country or his people, it's going to be a tough road. So just we've accepted that we're going to sacrifice ourselves because we've done so much harm, and to everyone else, we'll sacrifice. We don't want to, but we will. We will take whatever comes to us. So I just wanted to put that out. But my question for you, and I tried to explain it last time, was about the soul. When you said children can be born out of physical interaction for them to have a soul, but the soul created by the love of souls can decide where to manifest in any position in the universe and does not need to be a physical interaction, that the physical interaction creates the soul of the man. But the soul of the children of the universe are created out of the love of the creation and the creator, and there shall never be a physical interaction. Does that mean that the human can create the soul of physicality and when goes into space can create the soul of the universe, whereas the soul of the universal entities cannot create the soul of physicality?
That part is where and how you will understand that in the dimension of man, physical dimension, it cannot be created, but not in their own dimension. What this means is the soul, the children of the universe, they have the ability to choose the physicality if they choose, but at their own strength, not the strength of the man. In so many ways, the children of universe, universal children, are always pure, stay in that level of life. And in their growth, they get an option. At the point of maturity, they have an option. But in their innocence, no. In what we call to develop to the point of understanding the totality of the knowledge of the creation, in them deciding, they cannot, they will not, they don't have. It's something which has never been allowed to happen.
So should we must teach them how to do that for us to all elevate to the same position, to have all the same knowledge?
This has been up to now, and this is what we're trying to change, where it becomes, the knowledge becomes instantaneous across this, the whole of creation. Then it's your choice how to use it, when to use it, and how to have access to it. Not only human race, but we have other few races like this, which they use a combination of the two, the soul and physicality. They use the dimension of physical life where they live and do not put or bring it in tune, in line with the soul. And we get complications, we have the problems. And for that reason, we don't allow the children of the universe ever to take physicality. They're not allowed. This is not something ever done. In the point of the maturity, they have the freedom. As children, no, because physicality has too much problem. Universal communities, those you see who come through space system, they always done. But if you are created in the level of soul, you cannot. It's just the purity. In so many ways, they cannot see death. They cannot see destruction. It touches the what we call level of emotion. They cannot see anything which is wrong. Because when we create the children of soul, we spend a lot of time collecting it, a lot of time putting it together. With a man, it's just done in the testicles and something you just ejaculate and that's it. God knows what comes out. I wait for my lottery. Boy, girl, blue eye, black hair, that's it. I've done my job. In the universal community at the soul level, we choose the strength of the ray. We choose the strength of the field, where it fits, what does it create? We spend a long time before we commit. And then, as I said, when you've done yours, your partner needs to do the same. And every single field has to match when you put together to create that child. If you took so much time sometimes millions of years to man's timeline to create your half, you don't want to see it sees anything wrong. One of the reasons many souls don't convert to physicality is that they don't want to create with it. If you choose with a man, you can, because you're going from a lower order high, not from the higher order low. You cannot see, it's impossible. Cannot be done, never been done, and never will be done. It's not the hierarchy, it's purity which counts. You see, nowadays, man is trying to do according to what he understands with his what he call feeble knowledge. You go to choose the color of your child's eye, maybe the hair, maybe the sex. In the universal order with the souls, we choose the intelligence. We choose the fairness. We choose how good it interacts with every field in the universe. Making a child of universe in the soul level is a gruesome job. When last year the Chinese took Keshe Foundation cancers to water 1 million square meters of rice, they decided to mix some things here and there. They created hurricane out of the same fields, the same gases. Large section of crop landed, broken. Fields are important. How you create it, how you choose it. There is never turbulence. You have to be. It's unimaginable what it takes to create one child of soul. Your half. And then you have to find a match, other part that has spent that the same as you immaculately to find the same that it matches. And then when you put the two together, have to match to create that soul. Perfection. Man, it's just one bang and that's it. I leave it to what they call chances. You have no respect. You get no respect. We respect the child. In a way, in the teaching of Baha'u'llah was trying to inform mankind how universal souls exist. He said, pray for your children 20 years before. It means gather their souls, that the creation will be perfect, because he was aware of the life in the true pure soul and children of the soul of the universe. He spent 2 million years collecting. As I said, you work. To live. We live to create. We have no job to do in this space. There are no factories. There are no banks. And when you have nothing to do and you're aware of the perfection, You take your time. And then you don't want it to be touched. You don't want it to see anything wrong. To come to the dimension of physicality, to become aware of its pitfalls. And many, many souls never, ever go to the dimension of physicality. I was explaining to Chinese, you do that to go for a dimension of soul to physicality. It's like when you're a Chinese, you go out to America, when you come back, they don't accept you. They give you a Chinese foreign passport. You never become Chinese again. The children of soul of the universe are the purest. Any other question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Keshe.
You're welcome.
Fried, you've been waiting for a while. Would you like to go ahead?
Yes, hello, Mr. Keshe. That's very, very outrageous, I could say, the last few hours, what you shared, and so many new dimensions for peace on Earth and for one planet. But I had raised my hand to answer or to give some input on what Azar shared with us. She told about what she did around in her surroundings. And I think that's absolutely beautiful what she did.
This is what she wanted to do.
Yes, and it's so beautiful what she did. And she can be very proud of herself, because what I see is that she created a dome of peace around herself by maybe not even understanding what she was doing. So connecting in this way so many people, it's just wonderful. Thank you, Azar.
You will see people who have gone through suffering, understand other people's suffering, understand what it means, and those who come to the point of peace with themselves try to change that point which they felt that nobody else feels. And if you look in the life story of everyone in that level, they always do the same. Trying to change the suffering, trying to change the position for the others not to suffer. And Azar has been through a lot of suffering. If you knew her lifestyle and life history. Any other question?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
There's a couple of questions in the Q&A and the chat here. Jefferson asks, Mr. Keshe, do you allow me to reproduce your KF SSI flag and use it in cars like windshield stickers, or my house as a flag forwarding piece.
No problem. Yeah, no. This flag will be flown in every nation.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. I'll be very proud to spread the flag for world peace and nation, all of the goodwill that we have inside us, so you can elevate the soul of everybody. It's going to be very fast from now, I believe. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And Emmanuel asks, so the offer to the governors, will it be from KF SSI or from the Iranian government?
KF SSI in conjunction with the reading up, but it goes through KF SSI. If you go to the office of Ayatollah Rouhani, the Iranian ambassador said, no, there is no such a thing. And it'll be done first, confirmation between universities. We'll let the universities first confirm all the data between the two, and then the transfer of technology to the nation. Another question.
We have a couple more hands up here. I think Mark again and Stefania. Mark
Mr.
Curran.
Keshe,
yes.
That machine that you put in front of the hospital, does it just assist with the virus or other medical issues too? And
no, this is built for the virus for the hospitals.
All right, good. But I'm sure the fields, if you put one in front of the hospital, the fields will go around a huge area too, besides the hospital.
Yeah, we are washing the hospitals and the street and everything else. We are not watering it, as you understand.
Yeah.
We are creating the dome.
Yeah. The other question I want to ask is, what would a unit like that cost to bring to one of the hospitals? Because I know someone that I'm in deal with that was the chancellor of one of the main universities here in South Africa. And the other thing is he owns a few hospitals too. So I was just wondering, what would the price be, and connect the university up with the Iranian university?
It doesn't cost anything outside. It's initially we deliver all these according to what agreements are made between the governments.
Yeah, but
technology and the science will be delivered by the Keshe Foundation.
But as you know, I'm battling with this government, so the only way I can do it is the way I just said.
Yeah, no problem. If you do it through hospitals, it can be done. The structure is this: the way we set up these units is for sterilization of the whole hospital, the streets, the environment. And once we reach the point of there are no more patients or whatever, this system becomes more extended to the whole community.
Right.
You understand? Because it's not just coming and going, because Corona will come in different strengths, Corona will come in different shapes.
Yeah.
And is there to, and we can mutate with it. It's beautifully done. It's absolutely gorgeous system. When I saw it when it came out of the factory, I said I like to get sick to just to use the system. It is absolutely gorgeous, and they spend a lot of time designing it.
Yeah, I know that, but I think the one problem I may have is, like you said, the Iranian army or whatever it is that has to come here. I mean, our government,
we don't need to come with the army. The army is the presentation of peace.
Oh, right.
It is not as a military. It is part of what we're trying to do. As I said to you, we carry the flag of KF SSI. These are what we call military of peace.
Yeah.
Knowledge with Keshe Foundation and the government. We are trying to change the face of knowledge as to be part of the life, everyday life, into a space program. There is a second step to this, which introduces the nations to the technology very rapidly, especially like in America with millions of people unemployed. This technology, once we start removing to the middle next, especially like in Arizona, with delivery of this, we have already set up. We go into the space technology. We go into creating new conditions for a space. An agreement, understanding that the technology will not be used for defense or weapon technology. You have over 1.8 million Americans, and many of them will die. It's not just 100,000 in the front. If we do not get this knowledge in time, million more will die. In the next few months, we've seen it. We've seen the first cycle of all the infections coming up. I tell you what's going to happen. You want to see the cancer. What is going to happen to you or your people with that 1.8 million? And it's inside you. I showed this. These are what you see on your skin. This will be in your womb, this will be in testicles, they'll be in your bladder, they'll be in your kidneys. Do you know how we know it's corona? Look at the space gap between the two. 290, 1.5 centimeter. The space gap 3 to 6 centimeter from the other. This is a corona cancer. You understand? This is what's going to kill Americans. In your lungs, in your breasts, in your womb, in your testicles, in your guts, in your brain, in your mouth, on your skin. This is corona killing after the one coming out. And you see it, twinity, they're all in twins. Even sets are in twins. This is why we tell doctors will go with everything inside the human body and they'll see everywhere like this. Now you know what we say. You need us to deliver this technology because there are 1.8 million dead bodies in next 2 years to 3 years maximum. So what are you counting? Just give us the count on the top. We tell you that's your death rate. Not the 100,000 died first cycle.
Thank you for all the information you've given us tonight.
You're welcome.
Stefania, perhaps you'd like to go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Rick. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I just want, Mr. Keshe, I would like to make a question. It's for me, actually. It's about the plasma satellite, like considering what you just show us now of this cancer who will form rapidly, you know, in big quantities. So it will cost many people lives. So the satellite, and you just said that we should use, you know, we have all this technology that we can use to save many, many people's lives all over the world. And you know, if we get in contact with the governments to tell them that we got solution, and one solution you presented was the satellite, plasma satellites. Can you tell us a little bit more about it? How quick it will be, or simple, or how it works? I mean, I understood that we make this big dome. I mean, I assume it's like the Wi-Fi by reverse. We make these plasma fields. Yeah, if you, I don't know if you would like to know more about that. Yeah.
Primarily, it works like a satellite, as a satellite, but it creates a field of a plasma, not radio frequencies or what you're used to. The difference between the field of plasma is the dynamic behavior, where rays are singular. The plasma fields radiated do not usually, unless in a long curvature, you see them as a straight line. They always have a twist to them. And in that twist, as they deliver, they change the energy level to different materials, to different energies. Radio frequencies or communication lines with satellites, you lose your field according to the strength. With the dynamic systems, especially feeding systems, it converts to another entity. If you start at, let's say, magnesium, where you use at a certain point, you deliver, let's say, potassium. Sorry, you deliver sodium, or you can decide what to be lower. So you can give a continuous combination of fields that the body takes as it needs, that vitamin or that whatever amino acid for immune system. It's a different type of technology than present satellite. We preset it, tune it, and as it comes continuously, delivers, you pass a point, that point you need something where your blood cell T cells for your immune system, you picked up an infection, you receive that specific energy. It is very different than what we call the satellites. The systems are different. One day, I'll show you in northern skies, you see one of these feeding systems for universal community. Because mankind doesn't know it, they see it as a star. But these are feeding stations. very much beacons. Certain races in the space do not receive the fields they like or is needed for their life or their existence. These have been put over millions of years, like stars, to deliver these energies right across to them. It's that kind of beacon. You see it in the northern hemisphere, in the North Pole, sometimes these beacon stars. They just radiate a specific energy plasma for, it's just a few races in the universe they needed. And they usually come from other universes. When they cross, their universe combination is different than our universe combination. I especially refer to this in book 3 for this reason. That not all the, what you call neutrons are the same size, same strength. So when we have visitors from other universes, these beacons has put in that compensates for their lives to be safe. We don't have those strengths here. Our universe doesn't create that bandwidth of plasma energy. It's the same when you go to their universe, they don't have our bandwidth. So it's been done the same. Universe just spends time making systems and facilities for others to live comfortable. Man spends time to make it as difficult, as impossible, as horrible as possible.
It's like if the Earth is inside an enhancement unit.
What?
Like the Earth is inside of a big enhancement unit, like with this satellite. They make like the half unit enhancement, but the Earth is inside, like doing like a container.
I don't know what to call it. It's a dynamic system. You see, this system, when we set these systems up, they continuously absorb energy from the space above. They don't need to be refueled. They don't need to be tanked or whatever. Certain elements are preset, but you use the energy of the universe and you build filtering system, plasmatic filtering systems for a specific jobs, for a specific area. And you see, it's not good, for example, giving Europeans satellite which carries all the time noodles in it. It's good for the Chinese who live in Europe. But if you're European, you don't want noodles. It's like our youngest son, when we used to live in China, he came one day so upset, said, "What's wrong, Baba?" He said, "All the foods here are Chinese. Can we have something else?" I said, "Papa, we live in China. What do you expect?"
Il risultato è istantaneo appena metti questi.
Excuse me. There we go.
I'm sorry. I just said, is the result is instant when you put the satellite? The change is instant.
What do you mean?
When you use this technology of putting the satellite around the Earth, the result is instant, like you have immediate effect. You can
Why you want 20 years, you want to die before the energy comes?
I'm sorry.
Of course, it's set up. The world governments have to change their position, and then we'll get there very quick. Any other question?
Danilo is asking in the Q&A, can you give us a little more information about the day of March 21st in 2021?
March 21st, 21 is the day I hope I step down from Keshe Foundation. And I start my, what I call earthly life. But I'll still be around the Keshe Foundation to support it and to go through it. If I don't step down, it'll become me at 100, 120 still coming on Thursdays teaching. And foundation needs always new life, fresh life. And if I don't put a point down, then he'll go when he will go that we can do. I'm here to guide. I stay around. It's just that I step down as the way I am now. In next few weeks, you will start seeing three people teaching with Manglin and Ella, that they start learning as they receive their, what we call universal knowledge and souls, that they will transfer the knowledge as women, as mothers, as what we call the next generation. Has to be in the hand of women, that their emotion and their conduct will bring in the correct new generation. And gradually over time, I step down. I'm still around, but the 21, it's a lot of things will happen that day, that time, around that time. It's the first day of a spring in Northern Hemisphere. It's the beginning of a life for the new generation, where the new life will begin. And in so many ways, as I said to both ladies, 30 years is too long to stay at the realm. And they have to, it would be nice if to vacate their position and hand over to younger generation, soul-wise or physicality. The knowledge of universe will never finish. Never finish. Because always there is more. And this knowledge in time will be transferred by the souls to the physicality of these two gorgeous women. And then in time, they find souls which they trust will serve humanity to the best of their ability. And they're the same. One of the conditions of it is to be humble. And one of the conditions of it is to understand the society at the time for their needs. And should never accept position as the head of the Keshe Foundation. They always will stay with women. This knowledge, this technology will be handed from women to women. They will carry the soul child, and through them, humanity will always stay pure. Is the process, and that has worked for other societies. And it always works perfect. In time, they live the same, both life, the physical and what you call delivery of knowledge and ethos and many, many other things. If you notice the way the structures of the Keshe Foundation, still have some left. Sorry about that. Caroline is carrying tens of thousands of bees around in a bucket. The structures for them to make sure whenever we put men somewhere, we solve problems. And this time we do it this way. They are not prophets or anything, but these two carry a special soul. They have a soul which has been brought especially as a gift to this planet for a specific purpose. And in time, we'll explain. Allah has received one of the most gorgeous souls in the universe as a gift. And in that process, a lot will happen, a lot will take shape. But mankind will understand gradually and slowly as we set it up. As I said, when we set up the Universal Council and the Earth Council, if you look the way we chose the Earth Council, all of them do not live in the nation they were born. So they have a good understanding. They cannot be prejudiced about one or the other. Dr. Parviz lives in Dubai, Canadian citizen, born in Iran. Lisa, South African, lives in Australia. You have Alex, born in Nigeria, European citizen. Dr. Rodriguez, Mexican, lives in US. And our other colleague from Vietnam, American citizen. We chose it deliberately that they do not become arrogant to their national and nation, as they already are aware of other cultures. And they have to understand the weakness of the earth. That's why they're called the Earth Council. We chose the Universal Council by the structure of their own soul, unelected. The members of the Earth Council will be chosen by the heads of the Keshe Foundation. It's appointed, and it has to be agreed and blessed by the Universal Council, as they'll be working it. The Universal Council are chosen by their own soul, independent of physicality. It's the first time we introduced the soul of the man. So the soul teaching you should have understood. When we announced the Universal Council, you were too busy, you didn't hear that the soul teaching was coming. Nearly 3 years ago. They chose according to what their souls, physical souls, has put them in with their soul of their life. In a way, universal councils are, in fact, servants to their physical soul more than their soul, because their languages are earthly bound, it's physicality. The two souls of the Keshe Foundation, they work through their souls, understanding both the physicals. The team of core team, which one by one, we are losing them, are those who are protected till the final stages of setting. Rick is one of them. And Sandor was the other. And one by one, as they move, we carry their souls, but as they die, they never get replaced. They were asked to appoint if they want somebody to take their place. And many of them did, and many of them never did. So As you see, the structure sits right across physicality and the soul. The most literally ultimate position sits with the two ladies when they work in what we call tandem. And in so many ways, if they make mistakes, will show in both councils and the operation of the Keshe Foundation, and corrected by the Universal Council. The structure set is replication of what we do right across the universe. Is not specifically for this. You respect the two souls, whoever carries it as their part of my soul. They're given the love, the adoration, and life. Never worship them. Respect. And that's how it'll stay. We'll look after both physicality and the earthly need and the soul. That they become a unified system in running a planet. The Earth Council members look after every physical need in connection with all what the Universal Council asks for. As in fact, if you are a member of the Asian Council, what are you going to do when you have a bunch of Americans? You're still answerable to the English American Universal Council to look after them. It's a very busy job. I took the place of the European Universal Earth Council the lowest possible, as you always have to be humble. Because when deliberately I wanted to show, when we choose the Dutch lady for Europe, the arrogance of race scheme and arrogance of not being able to understand through the soul, not the physicality. We wanted to show that how correct we are. As born in Iran, lived in Europe for over 40 years, and in time I stepped down. There is a need for Universal Council, which was our Earth Council member to be chosen for Europe. And you will see many of these people in certain points, they lose their position or they step down as they cannot serve, or they become too big for their shoes, as we say. And that's the job of the members of the Earth Council, Universal Council, to ask for this replacement by soul, unless the misconduct is so high that the two ladies at the head of the Keshe Foundation will decide the position to be vacated. The ultimate structure sits with acceptance of the souls of all three: the Earth Council, the Universal Council, and the heads of the foundation. With the two ladies, you have some of the most gorgeous souls mankind could ever generate and create and give birth to. And in time, you'll understand that they dissipate the knowledge, the love, the care, in the way they touch up women, always love and tenderness, which the race needs to be correct. We gave it to 3, 4 men, and you see what the heck they've done. Starting from Moses to Jesus, Muhammad, and worse of all, the last one messed the whole thing up, the white Now you understand why we prefer women. We gave it to me when it was peaceful. Hijacked by men, we saw all the problems. Any other question? Sorry, gentlemen, you had your run for 6,000 years and really messed it up. During the Mitra's time, and Rashta, we hardly ever had any wars. Even takeovers of nations and sections of this planet were delivering more peace and more wealth, more confidence into the area. And then the man came and called themselves the king, and the whole mayhem started.
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
Stephen from California again. Because we're going to be having the Reactor group tonight, I believe, could you describe the condition that we are trying to create if we go to the dynamic cup of man, and how that could help us learn more?
The dynamic cup of man is a replication of the soul of the man and soul of physicality. And I'm sure you have John with you somewhere in there, most probably. Maybe I'm wrong. And he's doing a lot of calculations and trying to find out. Listen to the teachings and understand the essence of the soul of the plasma. And it seems none of you have, none of the people who work around the dynamic reactors have not understood the looking at ganses and ganses, they never look at the soul of the plasma. This is what I keep on telling you. Stop looking at physicality. Look at the what we call the fields.
Well, that's why I was curious why we're going back to dynamic when we were moving into the static, creating the fields.
The static, in a static, you have a dynamism of the plasma. With a dynamic, we enhance the fields.
Is that like an enriching process on the matter state level?
What do you mean?
Well, I come to think of dynamic reactors of like a centrifugal enrichment type of adding to the inertia of the matter state. I don't see it how it goes the other way. That's the problem I'm having. That's why I never really played around with the dynamic reactors, because I couldn't see the way the opposite. That's why I can't work backwards.
The soul of dynamic is much finely tuned. You can control. The static, they create an invisible soul. That's what we use. Dynamic now. We are creating a condition for parallel, the same as the man. You have a problem with that. Do you have a problem with the dynamic system?
I have a problem with visualizing the interaction. I try to I tried to work it all out before I build something, a gadget. That's why.
Mr. Gadget Man.
Not that as a technician I could build anything. It's just that why can't I have the confidence to breach that or to ascend to that next level
Oh, do you
without
want
the
to get the
gadget?
confidence? Okay, do you want to get the confidence? That's the illness. You need 20 mil of GANS number 2, 5 mil of GANS number 1, and a little bit of salt and a bit of sugar. And if you find some GANS of pepper, it'll have some interesting jumping in it. Is that good enough for you?
It helps with the recipe for success that I can help others look at, right? It's not about me learning, it's about everyone. It's about helping others learn. So what I miss, they may have that piece of the puzzle that I lack in my vision.
Why do you think you lack in your vision?
The addiction to physicality.
Take a step further.
Take it a step further. Perhaps I don't want to. The fear of the unknown.
Is it a fear of failure somewhere?
I think failure is necessary to learn at this point.
Yeah, but what's the failure? What's the fear for?
Regret that I didn't have the knowledge it's regret. I think there's regret.
Maybe the soul of dynamic gives you what you're missing in your soul and the knowledge part. Never be afraid to test a new territory. When you do that,
I'm not.
old. When you do that, you're old. As long as you test the new frontiers, you always stay young. It means you learn.
I've kind of been dissuaded, like, when we were testing with lead GANs and things like that, and how we wanted to stay away from such things. We keep being told stay away from such things. I don't.
Yeah, because we told you, because that has an interaction with the physical man. There are races who are here with us on this planet, actually thrive. Actually, they thrive. They live off lead GANs. It's part of their structure. And you can see them. I know where they are because I know where they live. It's just, you see them. You don't, as just culture, you don't know them because to you, they're all human. But you see them. They are, I explained this once to someone, and it's very nice if you understand it. We have a typical English word which runs only, and English have exported it as to be a very good word. They call it expats. And whoever lived in lived in Africa, wherever you are, expats. There are any space expats here. And you know what is the habit of expats? They pick area, they open their own restaurants in that area, they open their own shops there, everything which they need to give them the feel of home. Even though this 10 generations down the line. The people from a space do these things, but they go for places where there is a source of energy which they need for their lives. That's all. That they don't need to steal or they don't need to do anything, and they live in these areas. You see, some UFOs land always in a specific areas. We don't see what you call UFOs everywhere. These spots are where they can receive, or where the citizens, people who come to feel comfortable with, is matching the environment of their life. You know, it's like when you go to London and you see one tall flag dangling in the front, and there's a bunch of Chinese behind it, and they all go to the same place, and then they go all to the same restaurant. It's that kind of thing. Some of the materials which we as a human race do not go near is the source of their life. There is a race which comes here for a material which man has not even had a chance to analyze it. In your vocabulary of science doesn't exist. They come especially here for it. It fits their soul, it fits their energy level.
Will the dynamic cores, if we choose to create them, suffer from magnetism of the motors, or should we still follow, you know, where we want to provide a field balance between them?
Don't be afraid, test and learn. I think one of the most adventurous people I've ever seen is John. John tests anything, and he's got his right-hand man, and they go for anything. When I see the tests they do and the ideas they come together and they do it, it's amazing. If you really want to be adventurous, even I don't know, I have sometimes nightmare what I'm going to do with John. With letting him have 4 of these, what we call enhancement units, for playing a space game. I think half of the place will fly and half will be on the ground. He will try anything. I think people from NASA and the Iranian Space Agency will be pulling their hair off.
Do we have any update from Arizona?
Getting done, it's gorgeous. Done. I've seen the picture of it. He's doing a beautiful job. You walk in, you really enter a space unit. As we announced, or most probably it'll go that way. And as we cannot, or none of us can move within Krona, fly so easily and everything else, as we wanted to show the system in Arizona or in Tehran, we most certainly unveil the system in Europe with the presence of the world ambassadors. And that way we'll open the structure to all leaders to start the process. The units look gorgeous, and it's exactly what we built them to be. They'll be fully operational by the end of this month, and then final test and distribution in July, August. In August, most probably mid-August, they'll be start delivering around the world. Then we wait 30 days to see any pitfalls in operation, then the major site for government's delivery will start. We had a very nice email from the guy, says, we want to buy so many, can you give us the blueprint? Yes, definitely. They tell you from the beginning, we want to cheat and copy. Any other question?
Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Will we get to see any pictures, actual pictures of the enhancement units, or are you going to wait until they're revealed?
Will be revealed.
Okay.
We are not car manufacturers to show one in another.
Yes.
And
right.
the picture. We had. Oh, actually, I might have one for you. Just wait. If I find it. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? You see, when you have nothing to do, you become mischievous. Where is it? Oh, I had one. I like one of these here, but I can't find it anyway. Any other question?
I could ask in the Q&A, what if the satellite gets shot down by bad actors?
Some of them will crash. We just put another one up. You can get a accident of people in that area will be fed for the rest of their lives when it lands. A food forever. Why do you always mankind things of the negativity? I do that, but it came with me with the nature of it. Next time I won't choose a physical life. That was the first and the last time. It's too cumbersome.
But how would you spread the knowledge through the universe?
Always think about it and you receive it. That's what's the next step. It's easy.
Alvaro is asking in the Q&A, Mr. Keshe, will you give us knowledge to live off grid? I want to live without depending on the system and to stop eating physical food. I would like to know if the MagRabs units.
How much would we save you? Would you use the Keshe Foundation bank accounts, pay us in advance, then you'll save money. In a way, we're doing what do you call it? Tesla does. He sells his car and says your electricity is free for 20 years or 30 years or whatever. He actually charges you upfront. Yeah, we'll do that, no problem. Bank account on Keshe Foundation website. None of you who made the MagRabs and made the saving made any contribution to the foundation. Why do we have to give it to you free? Wouldn't that be unethical for us to do? Yes, last month we received a massive donation, 189 euro from the contribution of teaching. I was so ashamed. I thought, Keshe Foundation, congratulations. Where is it? I cannot find it to give you the pleasure of it. So it's okay, it means you're not supposed to see it. Any other question?
Alfred says in the Q&A, Mr. Keshe, you said earlier that the next American president will be a woman. How or in what way will this arrive? 2020 president candidate Marianne Williamson showed a way of leadership that America would need now urgently, as it is very much based on healing the past too.
You know, women have that touch of love and you fall for it and they take you whack with it. Mrs. Thatcher did that with us. I hope this one won't be the same. When Mrs. Thatcher was getting elected, they couldn't keep enough seats, whatever, open. Everybody wanted to vote to get a woman in. 9 years later, nobody could find a booth big enough to kick her out. But your president's got 8 years term, so. But The problem with the world leaders is they already have sold their soul by the time they get into the office. This is the reason why we put the position of the soul of the two Keshe Foundation ladies to be chosen by them. And they're chosen through the soul. They cannot take a bribe, they cannot take, if you give me a seat, they have no position now. They choose according to the strength of the soul. And it'll come to them. You had a question. I cannot find this picture.
Stefania asks in the Q&A, can we make a movie based on your knowledge, the movie of the soul?
Yeah, you gotta find the soul first. How do you make the movie about it?
You have to get it to show up for the movie too.
Exactly. This is one of the problems with the soul of the man, huh? The soul of the man is very hard to get. Any other question?
Mr. Keshe?
Yes.
You once taught about taking the copper wire after it was nano-coated and removing the copper from the wire and basically creating a nano tube. Are the enhancement units basically if I'm trying to visualize it, a nanotube that creates a principal plasma in the center, and when you put the human inside of it? No.
Good imagination, very good imagination. Somehow I can't find any enhancement unit pictures. I think my eyes doesn't want to see them. Oh, there it is. Oh, there it is. I have one of the most horrible pictures in front of me and I don't want to share it. I want to share a few pictures with you. This is the suitcase handbag made for Corona by the Iranian as a gesture for the Iranian New Year. We have a beautiful team in Iran. These are the products and symbolism you will see right across the Keshe Foundation coming through Iran. You've seen some of these. And this is the magic one. This is the old one I like. The new one has changed. And one of the things is those of you who would like, or we're seeing orders coming through the, what we call for the new units, we would like Arizona is too late, but has to be first floor up operation. We do not want to have any units on the ground floor. So anybody who wants to set up Keshe Foundation new systems, the higher we go, the better, the happier we are. Shall we call it a day? Thank you very much for today. And I hope you listeners will approach your government and deliver them the technology, the information that the Iranian government, Iranian scientific officials would like to deliver the technology to change the nation in respect to Corona. And let us know, and we set the rest up very rapidly to respond to your nation. In America, we look into governors, not the White House. White House is so black that no light comes out of it to be white. And as we hear, he's escaped to the basement anyway. So get your governors, let's speak and let's change the position. Maybe through the Keshe Foundation, you and the governors will change a lot in that position too. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Do we have any other announcements, or does the Universal Council like to wrap things up here? Well, perhaps, okay, there's Pete. Well, Pete wants to say something.
Yeah, I guess we just probably want to thank everybody for attending today, for taking part in the knowledge sharing. And thank Mr. Keshe and everybody who participated for adding to the knowledge. And we invite for next week presentation where we carry on to bring in the solutions and considering the needs and working as a council together for the unity of this planet. So thank you very much for today, and see you next Tuesday. And we can end with the wish. That's a beautiful wish on the screen. So I give freely from my soul to all souls in existence. Take what you need. I am present.
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 Okay, we have to
I am
manually.
present.
Speaking of manual, I was saying we have to manually allow each one to speak individually here, so that might take some time. I think it's suffice to say that we are present.
Rick, will you announce the plasma group for tonight? Time and
I was just about to do that. Thank you, Stephen. Yes, the Keshe Plasma Reactor Group, as usual, on Wednesday, starting at 7 a.m. Central European Time, which is the same as 10 p.m. on Tuesday, June 2nd. So that's Wednesday, June 3rd at 7 a.m. Central European Time. And that's available at the same Zoom link as this show and the Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Dan suggests a minute's silence for communicating with other souls. Okay, I think that would be appropriate. And after the minute of silence, we'll end today's meeting. And I will put up the background here. So I'll just say it now. It's been the 120th One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace for Tuesday, June 2nd, 2020. And thank you everybody for attending. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for today's presentation and for all of the Universal Council for their presentation as well. Okay, we'll have a minute of silence and then we'll end today's show. Thank you, everyone.